152 of the Constitution does not prescribe the designation of the title or functions to be conferred to each Cabinet Secretary. Consequently, it's within the powers of the President under Article 132 of the Constitution, as read with Section 10(1) of the National Government and Coordination Act No. 1 of 2013, to designate the title and assign functions to a Cabinet Secretary. To this end, the designation of a prime Cabinet Secretary is not inconsistent with any provision of the law or the Constitution, and therefore the designation is properly, legally, and constitutionally grounded. Thank you. Having said that, I'm sure the Honorable Wandai, you are now at peace.
I am certainly not at peace, but I will reserve my comments to a later time.
Excellent.
In the course of these proceedings, yes.
Wonderful. We'll now start. The Honorable I now introduce to you the first nominee to appear before the committee, the Honorable Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, who is sitting before you. We'll introduce the members of the vetting committee, starting with the chairman, who is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Masika Wetangula. I'll now invite the members to introduce themselves, starting with the leadership, sitting on my left.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Kimani Shongwa, Member of Parliament for Kikuyu, and the Leader of Majority.
My name is Opio Wandai, MP for Ugunja. Thank you.
My name is Honorable Junet Mohammed, Member of Parliament for Suna East and Minority Whip.
Good morning, members. My name is Owen Baya, Member of Parliament for Kilifi North and Deputy Leader of Majority.
Good morning. My name is Robert Mbui, Member of Parliament for Kadhiani and the Deputy Leader of the Minority Party.
Mheshimiwa Mukami.
Morning. My name is Rehab Mukami, County MP, Nyeri.
Good morning. My name is Ferdinand Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza.
Good morning. George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka.
Morning, Chair. Honorable David Kosing, MP Poko South.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. My name is Abdul Rahim Dawood, MP for North Imenti, Meru County.
Good morning. My name is Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni Constituency, a member of this committee.
Good morning. My name is Nelson Arab Koech, Member of Parliament, Belgut Constituency.
Morning, Chair. My name is Caleb Amisi, MP Saboti.
Morning, Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Morning, Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Good morning, Mary Emase Otucho, MP Tesosau.
Good morning, MP Matungulu, Stephen Mule, a member of this committee.
Good morning, I'm Gikaria David, Member of Parliament, Nakuru Town East Constituency.
Good morning, Naisula Lesuda, Member of Parliament, Samburu West Constituency.
Thank you. We have our team from the Secretariat led by the Clerk of the National Assembly. I'll invite her to introduce her team.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Sarah Kyoko, the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly. I am accompanied by other members of staff led by Mrs. Florence Abonyo, who is a director in the Directorate of Appropriation, Audit, Appropriation and other select committees, and the Deputy Director for Legal Services, Mr. Michael Karuru, and we have other members of staff with us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now invite the nominee to take the oath that will be administered by one of our officers. It's either the Quran, the Bible, or affirmation.
I, Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, do hereby solemnly affirm that I shall testify on all matters in question and tell this committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
We'll now invite the nominee to present his documents to the Secretariat. There's a list that was sent out, and I can guide you, the Honorable Mudavadi. The first document is compliance with tax obligations from KRA. The second document is clearance with Higher Education Loans Board, that you don't owe the public any money in that institution. The third document is clearance with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, ESCC. The fourth document is Certificate of Good Conduct. You've given them?
Yes, I've given her.
Okay.
She says she'll...
A fifth is a question to you. Have you ever been charged and convicted in a court of law for a criminal offense?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Third, have you ever been adversely mentioned in an investigative report of a parliamentary committee or commission, and if yes, do you have any details?
To the best of my knowledge, nothing in the last few years.
Are you a dual citizen of Kenya and any other country?
No, I'm a Kenyan citizen.
Okay. Now I will invite you to make a brief self-introduction and make a brief statement of yourself in not more than 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also Chairman of the committee, and all honorable members of this distinguished committee. I am Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi. On a lighter note, I'm usually called my DVD. I have been a member of parliament in this country for 3 terms. I served as member of Sabatia constituency, and I entered parliament in 1989. Subsequently, I've also held various public positions. I have served as a Minister for Supplies and Marketing, Minister for Finance, Minister for Agriculture, Minister for Transport and Communications. I have also served as Minister for Local Government and Deputy Prime Minister. I have also served a short stint as a Vice President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I've also been a member of leading political parties in this country. I was a member of KANU. I served as chairman of Kakamega branch and Vihiga. I have also been a member of the ODM party, where I was up to the level of deputy party leader. And at the same time, I have served as vice chair. Coalition. That is a profile, Mr. Speaker. But I think just coming to the issues at hand, first of all, I just want to say through you that I am honored and privileged to appear before this committee so that we can talk about the kind of people and the kind of vision that is required to be able to make Kenya a better place and to improve on the governance and democratic processes of our country. Mr. Chairman, I will also, through this committee, extend my appreciation to the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, for having seen it fit to nominate me to this position of Prime Cabinet Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we have just come out of an election as a nation, and the country is facing several challenges. So I take this initial appearance as being very critical so that the country can exit from the election mode and start looking at serious service delivery to the people of Kenya. Mr. Chairman, appearing before this committee is significant because it underpins the new constitution we have, and it also underpins the importance that Parliament plays and is going to play in the governance of this country and in shaping the lives of the people of Kenya. So I am honored and I am ready to respond to any questions that may arise. But I would also want at this early stage, Mr. Chairman, to also raise a few issues that may be of my personal integrity. One of the issues that has constantly and regularly been brought up is the issue of the golden bag. Mr. Speaker, I want to state here that at the age of 33, I was appointed to the Ministry of Finance. That is in 1993. That is when the golden bag saga had been in existence and was coming to its full-blown situation. This was really a scheme where the intention of government in terms of export compensation scheme went sour and it was misused, and it cost the country a lot of damage and expenses. Mr. Speaker, I took up the role of dismantling the network of the golden bag hydra. There are so many issues to this, and subsequently, Mr. Speaker, there was even a judicial commission of inquiry under the government of President Mwai Kibaki when he was elected. This commission of inquiry was conducted over a 2-year period. And Mr. Speaker, I just wish to draw members, and I'll be availing the document here, the report of the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, specifically to page 220. There's a paragraph there that is very distinct about me, I think paragraph 589, which clearly brings out the details and exonerates me and even lauds me for having been the individual that stood firm and scuttled and dismantled the golden bag scam. That is one issue that I would like to bring up front. The other issue that I would like to bring up front, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, is that when I was in the Ministry of Local Government, there was also an issue about the cemetery scam. This is an issue that entailed overpricing of land by the City Council of Nairobi at that time. There were allegations that through issues on me.
The word of the Speaker.
Yes.
Chairman, I totally agree with the honourable member on the trajectory, but I wanted to indulge the speaker, the chairman, that at this session, at this point, the minutes you gave is just for self-explanatory introduction.
Yes.
We will come to those issues in due course, Your Excellency. I mean, Mr. Speaker, in due course.
Let him wind up on that. Yes.
Thank you. I'll wind up. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I just want to state that that matter, again, was dealt with. It went through the courts, and after investigations by the relevant agencies, those who were culpable were tried and convicted, and I was not one of them. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to state that it is important that these issues hopefully will come to rest as the details come out, and I want to assure the members of this committee that it is my intention to work very closely and cooperate with the National Assembly, with the legislature, in ensuring that we have a better country. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking to your 10 minutes. You have actually taken less. A few questions before we open you to members of the committee. Have you at any time held any position in a political party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have.
Which is?
I have, the most recent one was being party leader of the Amani National Congress.
Are you still the leader?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Have you ever been dismissed from office for any conflict between personal interest and public or official duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely associated with practices that depict bias, favoritism, or nepotism in the discharge of public duties?
No.
Would you tell this committee your financial net worth?
Mr. Speaker, yes, I would comment on that. If I take my investments in shares in various, in some companies, and also the properties that I own, I would put my net worth at about 4 billion shillings.
4 billion. What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
Mr. Speaker, rental income, dividends, where I have the shareholdings, and also interests, and of course other expenses that come from the farm.
Honourable members of the committee, I'll now open the hearings to the committee. Basic rules that we agreed on. Questions must carry decorum, no personal issues, no parochial issues, and the nominee, you answer all the questions through the chair, so that you don't say, I'm answering Honorable Wandai or Honorable Junet. All questions are asked collectively as a committee through the chair. I'll give the first shot to the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi in the...
As we proceed, you keep your eye on that clock. When it hits 0, our time will be up.
Thank you, Honorable.
10 minutes to 0, we will give the nominee an opportunity to make some closing remarks, some closing statements.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Musalia, on your page 4 of the document that you submitted on self-declaration, you indicate on potential conflict of interest that you have none. And the question that follows after that is for you to explain how you would resolve any potential conflict of interest. And looking at your net worth and the schedule that you have submitted, I see you have interest in an aircraft, in exclusive air services. You have property on Riverside. I believe this is what you're getting rental income from, and other office space that you have also indicated, 3 properties, offices owned by Triton Limited. Supposing the government of Kenya that if you are approved, you'll be serving under, list any of these properties, or one of the government institutions wanted to use this aircraft that you own, would that portend a potential conflict of interest, and how then would you deal with that?
Mr. Chairman, clearly there are procedures. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, clearly there are procedures that are in law that would make sure that there is a public disclosure or full disclosure under such circumstances if they did arise. But Mr. Speaker, I would also want to state that there are processes that would have to be followed legally, and I would not in any way interfere with such a process if it were to arise. Secondly, I would not use my position in public to try and interfere with that. I would really stick to the issues required in terms of integrity as required by law and the Constitution, so that any conflict that would be arise would then not have to arise.
Honorable Wandai. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have got 2 questions in quick succession. One, the Honorable Mudavadi, and following, or notwithstanding the ruling by the Speaker a while ago, you obviously know that in the coalition agreement that you entered into within the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, you did appreciate the fact that the position to which you have been nominated did not exist, or does not exist even as we speak. And that's why in that agreement there was a commitment that within 30 days a legislation shall be introduced in Parliament to provide greater legal clarity on the position, roles and functions of Prime Cabinet Secretary. That is at Article 21K of that agreement. I happen to have gone through it in the House after being tabled by my friend Honorable Kimani Chungwa. It goes ahead to say that the legislation to be introduced shall amend the National Government Coordination Act to include the office of Prime Cabinet Secretary as proposed herein to the existing structures under the aforesaid Act. To your understanding, doesn't this really confirm that without such legislation having been introduced, now more than 30 days since the election, the position to which you are being proposed or recommended or nominated is anchored on quicksand, constitutionally speaking? That is one. 2, you were asked a while back if you have been mentioned in any corruption case or scandal, and I listened to your answers. But let me jog your memory, Honorable Mudavadi. On the civil case number 280 of 2007, that is the Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission versus Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi. In this matter, you are being accused of having fraudulently acquired property in Woodley Estate within Nairobi, property that belonged to the public, a property that was under the care of the Nairobi County Council then. This property is reference number LR number 209135339/129. What do you have to say about this? And if indeed it is true that you participated in what Kenyans would love to call grabbing of public property, public land. How does that sit with the requirements under Chapter 6 of the Constitution? That if by any chance you are approved, you will be swearing to protect and adhere to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with that very point. This is the Woodley Estate. Woodley Estate is a property that belongs to now the county government of Nairobi. And I want to put it very clearly here that I stayed in Woodley and our family has always had that premises. Now I want to put it on record that to this day we pay rent to the county government of Nairobi. At no time has that property ever been transferred. I want to put it on record here that the ethics or the Kenya anti-corruption body at that time went on a tangent that they had not verified the facts. I ended up also seeking legal redress for defamation on their part and for them having given out misleading information. Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman, as we speak today, the same property belongs to the county government of Nairobi and we pay rent. I would not be paying rent for a property that is personally mine. And therefore I was not involved in any land grabbing whatsoever. The records are there and I can request that even this committee can go further and seek whatever evidence they wish from the county government of Nairobi on that particular issue. And hopefully it will also be put to rest because it was, in my view, a witch hunt at that time. Mr. Chairman, I also want to say that it is on the coalition agreement. It is true that the founding members of Kenya Kwanza, that is Amani National Congress, a party that I belong to, but I'm no longer the party leader. The Ford Kenya, Mr. Chairman, you happen to be a member of that party, and of course the UDA party, headed by the President of the Republic of Kenya. We did enter into a coalition agreement which we submitted to the Registrar of Political Parties, and it is a valid legal coalition document. Mr. Speaker, when we were forming government, we were alive to the fact that there are issues that can be done and executed by the President through the executive order. And these are now being manifested through Executive Order number 1. Now, the streamlining and clarity that we spoke about would be those that would help in refining the mechanisms of coordination of government. But they do not in any way negate the fact that the President constitutionally and in accordance with the Coordination Act has the powers to set up his government and assign functions, and this is under Section 132 of the Constitution, assign functions to his cabinet secretaries or to other persons in government in a constitutional manner to assist him in the delivery of services and leading the country. So I believe that we have not breached any law, and when we talked about looking at the Coordination Act was in the context of strengthening that Coordination Act and not necessarily saying that it is an impediment.
Honorable Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Musalia, you have been a fierce critic of the previous regime and especially on matters corruption.
And if there isn't events by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution to withdraw cases of corruption or anything to go by, how do you intend to fight corruption in public service when it is clear that there is no political will to fight it? And what are your views on the withdrawal of these corruption cases, and why at this particular time?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Before you answer,
yes.
Honourable members, we did agree as a matter of procedure that you lift your tag and not your hand. So you wait when the member has finished, the nominee has finished, then you lift your tag. It makes it easier for the media and for us here. I think what we can do, if you have a pen and paper, Honourable Mudavadi, we can take 2, 3, 4 questions, then you can be able to answer. Okay, so raise your tags. Number 1 is Naisula. Number 2 is Robert Mbui. Number 4 is Major Raso. Number 5 is Emase. Then after that, we'll go another round. So know your number when one, and I encourage you to ask 1 question each.
So I can deal with that one first, and then we come to the second.
Yeah, deal with that, then the rest will follow in the manner we have given the numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to say that, first of all, I need to appreciate, and we all ought to appreciate, that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution is an independent office, and we have no oversight over that office. It is independent and it makes its own decisions. So the details and circumstances of why he would drop cases, I think that office would be best suited to respond to it directly. But going forward, I think one of the things that we want to point out is that in the fight against corruption, I think we should move away from any attempt to weaponize or to try and use such battles against corruption for political purposes. So, Mr. Chairman, I am so refrained to comment in detail because, as I said, the DPP office would be best suited to respond to this. But I think going into the future, it should be clear that whenever we are dealing with corruption, we must avoid anything that is a witch hunt, anything that is politically instigated, and we must be sticklers of the law. And going forward, I think what is important is through Parliament to see how independent institutions within the justice system, and of course those that handle other matters, are properly restored.
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle, or business trends from Kenya and around the world. You've been waiting for KBC, your true sports partner. Je, una habari ambao ungependa kuwasilisha kupitia KBC? Wasiliana nasi upesi kupitia barua pepe ya news@kbc.co.ke au piga simu kwa nambari 0723982654 au 0734780124.
listen to each other. I will personally say that at one point I did highlight at the BBI meeting that this institution called the Ombudsman to the judiciary was going to scatter the very noble objectives within the BBI document, because it was going to encroach on the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Speaker, without blinking, the people at Bomas heckled because they thought that we were not speaking to the truth. But one of the key issues that led to the Waterloo of the BBI document in the courts of law was precisely that, because it was a good document mixed with some toxic aspects, and that is a matter that is now behind us. Mr. Speaker, it also is important for us to consider that in the conversation, the reorganizing of government, and that is one of the things we said, you could reorganize government at a less cost without having to go to certain levels. And if then the country is in the right mood and there's sufficient public participation and consensus, constitutions will be amended, and in any case, there's room for amendments of constitutions. So on that score, I just want to say I've been consistent, and I don't think I misled anybody on this particular issue. I want to state that on the question of debt, the country right now is facing a challenge of debt. And from 2015, for instance, I was very consistent to the Kenyan people during my political campaigns then, stating that we need to rationalize our borrowing, to be more prudent, so that the profile of our debt can have more concessionary funding. The portfolio should have more concessionary funding and limit the levels of commercial debt that we were incurring. I think that remains an objective that we must pursue as a country going forward, because we will still borrow, but we must borrow prudently so that the debt repayment process does not harm other activities of government. We should not be borrowing to deal with our recurrent expenditure. We should be borrowing so that we can engage in serious capital development, whether it's infrastructure, water, health, etc. So these are critical issues that I would be saying that working in a collaborative manner with Parliament, we can find better solutions collectively in dealing with this particular debt challenge that we have. But ladies and gentlemen, I think it should also go on record that we must be an honorable government. And honor in this kind of situation for any nation is your ability to repay your debts. We should not be a country that should walk into the defaulting mode. And it will be therefore necessary that going forward, we work closely with each other, and Parliament also plays its oversight role so that the honor of this country can be maintained on this debt issue. Therefore, I would just want to say that we will be paying close attention. Personally, I'll be paying very close attention, because the heartbeat of this country is our economy. The people are suffering. The cost of living is very high. And the initiatives that we must bring forward through legislation and even policy interventions must be those that will mitigate these particular challenges. But they must also be realistic and be in accordance with the law. I also want to touch briefly on the issue of the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. I think it is important that at the very earliest, that political document, which was the flagship for Kenya Kwanza, is translated into a serious and fundable policy document of the government of Kenya, highlighting the specific areas that were the flagship, things that would create jobs, the issue of access of credit to a wider section of the country at affordable rates, the issue of making sure that the cost of living is mitigated and people live with dignity is going to be forefront in what we want to do. So we will engage all stakeholders, and I'll want to plead that we work very closely with Parliament so that we can remove the backlog in pieces of legislation that may be obstacles towards moving forward. We'll be open to also listen to ideas and even support legislation that will come for the benefit of this country from the opposing end of our chamber, because we have one nation and we have to work together collectively to find solutions. I also want to state that the AG's office, Mr. Chairman, is the primary state legal advisor to the government. And they have a lot of other functions that they also deal with. Now, when we say that my office will be providing greater liaison, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is important because we live in a political world. We want to be able to have greater collaboration, greater interaction, greater consultation, so that those of us who then will be interacting quite a lot with the general public on some of these issues from the executive viewpoint, can have the right interface between Parliament and the people as we move forward. There is no intention whatsoever, and I've been in public office for a long time, to say that we can usurp the role of the Attorney General. We shall be very careful. But it is important that that political aspect of it is brought forward more effectively than in the past. We must have more robust consultation, Mr. Chairman. I also want to make it very clear that we want to bring a whole of government. We want to bring that cohesion. We don't want to operate in silos. We don't want to be territorial. And I think this speaks volumes in the functioning of government. I think part of our problem sometimes is that somebody says that this is my boma, and I don't want anybody else to be part of this boma or to be in this boma. I think that is dangerous going forward if we want to work together as a nation and to have a coordinated government. So we want to have that open and holistic approach. I also want to assure the members that I don't think President Ruto was struggling to define functions of this office. It was perfectly in his realm to examine and decide how we can support each other. And I am sure that if we look carefully, there's no conflict whatsoever with the functions of the Prime Cabinet Secretary's office and the deputy presidents. And I also want to put it on record that where would you find a government on this earth where there are no cross-cutting issues? There are always cross-cutting issues in government, which require consultation. So at a personal level, I will not hesitate to walk from my office and visit the Deputy President's office and consult with him if there's any issue that required consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I wanted to put my question in this way. Chairman, they say the cabinet consists of the president and the cabinet ministers and attorney general and others. But this nominee was given the position of prime cabinet minister. And in that, it means that he is the most senior cabinet minister than other cabinet ministers. But when I looked at the executive order that was released by the president, Mr. Chair, one of the functions that was given to this office is to chair, number 4, is to chair the principal secretaries committees and supervise the technical monitoring and monitoring evaluation of government policies programs. Now, this is a senior minister. They are cabinet ministers. They are principal secretaries in every cabinet ministry, under every cabinet minister who report to their ministers. So I'm wondering, how should a senior cabinet minister chair principal secretaries when you know that there is head of public service also who coordinates principal secretaries? So I'm wondering, the cabinet prime minister is dealing with cabinet principal secretaries who have ministers in their line of duty. But more importantly, Chair, I also want the nominee to take this opportunity to slay it and lay to rest the issue of the golden bag. The golden bag issue, and this other issue of the cemetery land. And having been a mayor of a city one time, under the previous CAP 265, the previous Act of Parliament.
Which city?
Where you visited me one time. We couldn't find a proper hotel
in Kenya.
I couldn't find a proper hotel for you, but you visited the city with one street. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that CAP required the approval of the cabinet minister for the county councils and municipalities for functions that they were supposed to do, including approving their budgets. So I want him to take this opportunity today to lay this matter to rest once and for all. And lastly, I wanted to ask the nominee whether he's happy with his office at Kenya Railways, whether that office is suitable for a prime cabinet minister.
Ishimbogo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, before I ask my question, I want to put a rejoinder on what Honorable Junet has just said. In the issue of Anglo-leasing, Goldenberg, and the cemetery land scandals, I would ask a question to Honorable Musalia. What will be taking responsibility mean to you? Because these things happen under your watch when you are the former finance minister and the local government minister. My question now will be, don't you think that His Excellency the President has done injustices to appoint some leaders among the cabinet secretaries who had already been rejected by the electorate, or rather by the public, during the just ended elections? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is to the nominee. Under Executive Order number 1, one of the functions that has been, or one of the roles to be played by your office is that of coordinating the legislative agenda of the government with the parliament. This is where actually it comes into conflict, or it's supposed to be in conflict with the role of the Honorable Attorney General, but it's clarified that it is coordinating the legislative function between the legislature and the ministries. And in most cases, ministries deal with the subsidiary legislation. We have seen ministries making laws, subsidiary laws, which are known as delegated legislation, which are so inconsistent with the other laws that it has taken Parliament a lot of time to actually do away with most of those regulations. That is called annulling, and this is done through the Committee on Delegated Legislation. As the coordinator of that function, how do you propose to deal with laws made by ministries when they are brought to Parliament, so that we do not have to spend a lot of time annulling, but should actually be passed for purposes of enabling the government to function properly?
Owen Baya.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair. Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, taking your experience in economics and having served as Minister for Finance in this country, looking at this country, the cost of living is very high. We have issues of the subsidies in fuel and unga and all that. How would you advise the President on how to bring down the cost of living, how to work around the issues of subsidies and bring down the cost of fuel in this country, and what would be the expectations of Kenyans in terms of economic revival and economic uplifting as you take office as Prime Cabinet Secretary? Thank you.
There we go. Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to state the following, that when we look at the functions of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, as envisaged in Executive Order Number 1, the whole aspect of coordination, technical evaluation, monitoring of programs, policy formulation, and even projects, Mr. Chairman, I think working with the principal secretaries is going to be a very, very important function of this office. It is important for us to acknowledge that principal secretaries are the accounting officers. They are the ones who go into the detail of financial disbursements in their respective ministries. So to me, having a situation where there is a regular, constant, and structured interaction in this area will play a very, very important role in improving on efficiency and resource allocation in the country, at least from the perspective of this government. So I do not feel in any way that this is a demeaning role. I think it is not. No Kenyan, no office is too small in this country. We need to pay attention to the detail. We need to develop a structure where clear data, clean data will become the driving point for our decision making across the board, policy formulation, resource allocation. We need accurate data. And I think it is important that we have a blend of the politics working with the technocrats to try and tease this out for the betterment of the country. I also want to state again that I did address the issue in my opening remarks around Golden Bag, and I want to assure this committee and the country at large that my conscience is clear. My conscience is clear. This was a menace to this country. It was a program of export compensation, which was a policy position of the government of the day to try and spur exports in this country. And then it was abused. And in the process of it being abused, it caused havoc. And I would really plead that the members of the public, and more so I would appeal through members of the Fourth Estate here, if they can help Kenyans to dissect the Judicial Commission of Inquiry report in this country, it will really help in getting Kenyans to understand where we were, what was this about, and how did it come to an end. I can only plead on that basis. On the issue of the cemetery scandal, I come back to it again and I say this matter was dealt with, it was investigated, the matter was even dealt with through the courts, and the decisions were made by the courts. And I was not in any of those areas as somebody who was a suspect or anything. So it is so clear that that matter has come to an end. On the issues, somebody raised an issue about Anglo leasing. Again, I can only say that it would be important to note that this matter was dealt with again in 2016. And in 2016, I was a state witness in those matters. I was not a culprit. I went and testified as a state witness. So I think I would say that that should be sufficient. On the issue of the Kenya Railways, I am happy, very happy about the Kenya Railways as a location for this office. First of all, the people who voted us in are there, alighting every morning to go to work and alighting every evening to go home. To me, I say that that is a constant reminder that whenever I go to that office, I will know that those are hard workers in our country, and therefore we must not let them down. We must work hard and improve on this country. So I am personally very delighted to be domiciled at the railway headquarters. That is perfect. I'm proud of that. Mr. Chairman, nominating people who may have contested in elections and maybe not succeeded to take up public offices is not an offense. It is perfectly constitutional, and it does not mean that because you have lost an election that you cannot be helpful to the nation in a different capacity. I am sure we sit here, there were those who are from the Kenya Kwanza realm, and there are those who are from the Azimio realm. People made their decisions, but here we are sitting as this committee by right and beginning to work together towards what is good for the entire country. So I don't think we should discriminate against any individual who may not have succeeded in one situation from taking up an assignment in another position. I want to assure that the issue of delegated legislation is very, very important. And that is why we are putting more emphasis around this need for coordination and liaison and cooperation within ministries and also with greater interface with the National Assembly, and particularly those that will also handle not just all legislation, but even that delegated responsibilities on matters of statute. I want to state here that that holistic approach is what we want to bring in, because it is true when we operate in silos, we create laws and regulations that become a serious problem to the functioning of the economy and delivery of services. So I think that is a very critical anchor in this matter. On the issue of subsidies and maybe broad commentary on the economy, I just want to say that subsidies can be very expensive. They are usually what you might call targeted interventions to try and mitigate on some issues. Some may be short-term, some may be to spur certain economic activity or agricultural activity or production. They are usually short-term interventions targeted. But I want to try and appeal to the nation that we should not become a nation that thrives on subsidies, because they can be very expensive to maintain. Funding of subsidies can be very, very dangerous if your economy cannot sustain it. And a classic example was the subsidy around the petroleum sector. Mr. Chairman, as I speak here, I was the one who actually removed price controls when we were liberalizing the economy, even on petroleum products. And price controls were also a hidden way of trying to introduce subsidies on petroleum products then. And we used to have shortages of petroleum products because people were playing around with that kind of economic regime. So if we want to go forward, we must be very, very careful that subsidies do not become a permanent feature of our economic policy. That is what I would advise, and that is what I'll advise the President and advise the Kenyans on this matter, that we must find better ways in the long run of spurring economic growth and activity so that people can move away from that. And key is to make sure that inflation is tamed. Because the whole issue of subsidies is because somebody feels that something is not affordable. So they are looking for some mitigation. But ultimately, if as a country we can fight and contain inflation, then the urge for subsidies will become less as we go ahead. So I didn't want to make this too much of that, but I was just looking at it as a generality and as something that we need to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you. Daud, the Honorable Daud, the Honorable Mukami, the Honorable Mule, the Honorable Koech. There's still another round.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate the nominee, Honorable Mudavadi. Honorable Mudavadi, you've been a minister for local government and you've been in the executive for many, many years. And during your time, prior to the devolution system being in place, there was a sessional paper which you signed off. That was a sessional paper on devolved government, under the Constitution of Kenya. And in that sessional paper, 7.3 and 7.5, it talks about the process of intervention, where intervention would be needed in the devolved system of government, and where it states that intervention would be for 90 days and not more. What I want to ask you, in your personal opinion, because you were the author of that document under you, do you think that the devolved system of government has worked as anticipated with regards to revenue and service delivery? And as well as, do you think that under the devolved system, the national government should take over any functions which are assigned to the county government, and NMS was established by the national government, which had 2 years under its wing? Do you think that do we need as a national government to take over any other county in the same manner as NMS? Because if it is possible, then is it 90 days? Because I know that's not your purview, but because being a minister for local government for all those years, and in being in the executive, would you advise the president to do what you have suggested in that document? Second question would be for the state corporations. Please, Mr. Speaker. You are aware that many parastatals are not performing the way they should. And you being in charge of the state corporations, as per the mandate the President has given in the executive order, what would you advise the President in folding up the parastatals or state corporations and making a smaller bureaucracy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Rahab.
Congratulations, Honorable Mudavadi. My question is, one of the roles of the Prime Cabinet Minister is to oversee the national legislative agenda for the Kenya Kwanza government. What are some of your priority legislative proposals, and what measures will you put in place to ensure that they are actualized?
Very good. Who was the next? Mule.
Thank you very much. This goes to the nominee. First and foremost is that you're being nominated to one of the positions to coordinate peace, economics, diaspora, environment, culture, diplomacy as a 4 pillar of the Kenyan government. My question is that goes back to where you left on agro-leasing, whereby you say that you are a witness. But is in a public domain, the former CS, Chris Obure, indicated to Judge Ann that you did a letter yourself, which he received on 9th of May, the year 2002, during that hearing, whereby you sought direct procurement of equipments for Postal Corporation of Kenya, and indicated that was the intention of the government to refurb that corporation. My question goes, Mr. Chair, to the nominee, that now you are coordinating the principal secretaries in every ministry who are the accounting officers. I'm afraid, are you going to assure Kenyans you will not return to this habit of direct procurement and instructing them what to do in their ministries? Thank you.
Coach.
First, congratulations, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, on your nomination. My question is, one of your tasks, which will include supervising the technical monitoring and evaluating committees of government policies, programs, and projects. Projects across the country were halted for whatever reason, not only in the immediate preceding regime, but even dating back to 2002. In fact, statistics have placed the value of the stalled projects at 9 trillion, which is equivalent to our country's entire economy. The scenario is impacting negatively on us because we have to pay cost of the delay to the contractors and even making the costs high in the long run. What plans do you have, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, with regard to the stalled government projects, and possibly if you could give us a roadmap and even possibly timeline? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just start with the issue of devolution. It is true that when the country promulgated the 2010 Constitution, I was tasked with the function of ensuring that the initial legislation, critical legislations to facilitate and actualize devolution were put in place. Now, there is the issue of when can the national government perhaps intervene. And at that time, we looked at the question of 90 days because what we intended to achieve, and it still stands, is that the Constitution is very clear that there shall be the national government and there shall be county governments. And any intervention cannot be permanent. An intervention to undertake some corrective measures must be limited, targeted, so that the rights of those people in that county can be restored and they have the ability to govern through their county governments. That is why the intervention period was limited. The issue that we have seen, as in the case of the NMS, all I can say is that maybe we have to wait for the report of the Auditor General at the end of the day to bring out the details of how this particular intervention was run or conducted. But the initial findings that may be in the public domain is that the NMS itself has left a debt of almost 16 billion to the county government of Nairobi. And the nature of how they went in is such that they may not have followed proper procurement procedures along the line. But without casting any ill motive or on any particular thing, I think the report of the Auditor General will be very helpful for us to really discern the experiences of NMS in Nairobi, and also then be able to guide Parliament, guide Kenyans, and guide the county governments on any future interventions, because this is a learning process. We have had devolution now for 10 years. You may notice that even now there is no need, in my view, to have a ministry of devolution, because these are entities that are constitutionally provided for, and they should not be interfered with by the national government, but there can be collaboration, and there are mechanisms through the intergovernmental relations legislation that Parliament passed. There are ways that this can be done. On the issue of state corporations, there are many. I think we may be having almost 300 plus state corporations. So that is a portfolio that seriously needs to be looked at very, very critically. And I know this is one of the functions that will fall directly within my purview. And I can say that we'll pick up from the reports that are there. There was the famous report by the Abdul Kadir Committee. That is a report that has very useful suggestions on the way forward. But I'll also be saying that and to also touch on part of the legislation agenda, I will really want to request Parliament to actually just reflect and realize that the privatization program in our country of some of these state corporations has actually stagnated. It has not been moving at all. And I would be calling on yourselves and other critical stakeholders that this is dialogue that we need to have, so that one of the urgent pieces of legislation to kind of accelerate the process of reforming these sectors or the parastatals, that law be urgently be looked at and proper consultations undertaken, so that some changes can be made there to improve efficiency and to also disengage the government from areas where losses continue to be incurred, and yet that particular entity may not be necessary to continue holding on to as the government of the day, because those are public resources. So these are critical areas. Each of these institutions will have to be looked at from a sector viewpoint and also from its individual viewpoint, and it is important that professional advice is really brought to bear in reforming the state corporations. So I've talked of an example of that as one critical piece of legislation. There are legislations that we will have to look at. If we are going to have a hustler fund, it is important that the legal framework be determined quickly. We have to look at what are the existing funds. Are we duplicating? And if you're duplicating, what are the implications? So all these, as an example, would be again a critical piece of legislation to help in actualizing this process of providing greater access to credit by all Kenyans. There are laws that will be necessary, and I want to also appeal laws that will help in dealing with wastage and misuse of resources. These are critical areas that we can review together. And my target is to have legislation that will, to fast-track legislation that will also unlock the economic potential of the Kenyan people, whether in agriculture, whether in manufacturing, whether in trading. So these are the areas that I think we need to look at, so that we can have institutions or private sector that is generating jobs as rapidly as is necessary. I want to state that in the issue of diplomacy, we as a nation will have to look more and more to economic diplomacy. And Mr. Chairman, I can speak here while looking at somebody who has been the head of our diplomatic missions, business in the country for some time. But economic diplomacy is going to be very critical. What are our interests? We must quickly see how we can benefit from areas like the African Continental Free Trade arrangements. We must look seriously at enhancing our presence and our footprint within the East African Community region, whether you're bringing in the DRC, South Sudan, and how we can network. We must also play a very significant role, because for economic diplomacy to work, there must be peace in this region. So we must be more aggressive in dealing with the issues around Somalia. We'll have to be more aggressive in dealing with the issues even around South Sudan. And I can give an example. For instance, there's a road that the government of Kenya with its partners want to push all the way to Southern Sudan. But there is an issue right up there between Kenya's border and South Sudan that requires urgent political resolution, because that road is supposed to link. So the funding is there, but the process cannot be completed or pushed further because there's still some political issues to be dealt with. So these, to me, are going to be very critical interventions that need to be done. The diaspora, Mr. Chairman, the figures are in the public domain. The Kenyan diaspora, for instance, brings in place into this country almost 480 billion Kenya shillings annually. And the president has, in fact, in designating the issues around foreign affairs, has now brought the issue of the diaspora to the limelight, because that has now become a very critical constituency in the development of our country. We also have to take advantage of things like the climate change programs and play a leading role in those areas. They also provide a platform for a lot of funding if we can work well within those circles. So in coordinating matters around diplomacy, I'll be putting a lot of focus there, while also saying that we need to also continue strengthening our relations with our traditional partners, and make sure at all time the Kenyan interest is covered. We may even want to work more aggressively. There's been an attempt about Kenyans who are suffering in some countries when they get jobs there. These are issues that will require very serious and more robust and high-profile intervention to try and deal with that crisis, so that we can avoid seeing the things we see and we read about Kenyans undergoing very serious problems in different parts of the globe. I just want to repeat the issue around Anglo leasing. I want to state that that matter was canvassed in court. It was dealt with. It is behind us. And even the issues that came up, it was not too long ago that I read in the papers that indeed, even those who are facing trial on some of these issues were acquitted eventually. So it was dealt by the court. And I want to state very critically that ministers, or for that matter cabinet secretaries, do not engage in procurement. You can talk about policy issues, but there is a procurement law that must be adhered to all the time. The halted projects or stalled projects, this is a crisis, and hence that very important committee of PSS and all the technical people, because we need to have a clear audit of these projects. It's clear that some may no longer be useful to the country, and therefore there's a very serious need for a detailed approach and professional approach to looking at these things, so that decisions can be made and appropriate interventions can be developed. And this also brings to question the serious issue of pending bills in this country, because very many businessmen, contractors in our counties, you know them, some have been crippled because they have never been paid for years. They are suffering. They have families, they have employees, they have loans in banks, but they've been crippled. So as we deal with this issue of stalled projects, one critical issue that we must also address fairly and in a balanced way will be the issue of pending bills in our public entities.
The Honorable Caleb Misi, the Honorable Ferdinando Wanyonyi, the Honorable Shurie, and the Honorable Gikaria. In that order.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the problem of asking the last, you find
I hope
that
you are looking at the clock.
Yeah. The problem of asking the last, Chair, is you find all your questions have been asked before. But nevertheless, I've been looking at your CV, Honorable Mudavadi. You were a minister in 1989. That time I was 3 years old. You were Minister for Supplies, Marketing, Minister for Finance, Agriculture, Information, Transport, Vice President. In fact, I remember vividly when you are the Vice President, you presented a check to me to go to Starehe, presented by Kenyans living in US. And now I'm serving my 2nd term in Parliament. I'm here vetting you for a position that is still mesmerizing Kenyans. Does it portray you as a man who lacks ambition, or is it lack of option? Because you are going to be in a position, head of a cabinet. Kenya is an ambitious nation in the community of nations. We want to portray as an ambitious man who is at the head of the cabinet, the head of helm. Look at this history that spread in 30 years. Does it portray you as a man who does not have ambition? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask you very back home that in the previous parliaments we have been actually, as a committee, there has been a tendency of the cabinet secretaries failing to honor summons and failing to respond to matters comprehensively without doing any research, what have you, and in timely manner. In your role, how will you ensure that the cabinet secretaries actually attend the committees and sometimes come to Parliament? Because we've had these cases where you someone and a cabinet secretary sent somebody else, maybe a junior fellow, and can't even answer comprehensively the questions that you're supposed to be. So are you going to ensure that that is done properly? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask a question that is important in agriculture. We've had cases where, and now we have this drought, and irrigation is misplaced. Instead of being in agriculture, it's misplaced, it's actually in tourism. It's under blue economy. So are you able to assist to bring irrigation back to agriculture so that can be able to do some of the projects like Kalana Kulalu and the rest? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to ask the nominee, how does he want to cultivate a relationship and a good working relationship between institutions that oversight the government, e.g. Parliament and the Office of the Auditor General, with his office and being the Prime Cabinet Secretary together with his cabinet? Thank you.
Okay, Karia.
Thank you, Speaker. Pengine niulize ndugu yetu Wycliffe Mudavadi swali kwa Kiswahili. Unajua serikali ambayo iliondoka ilikuwa na agenda 4 ambazo zilikuwa nzuri sana, lakini haikuweza kutimiza yale maneno ambayo ilikuwa. So serikali ya Kenya Kwanza iko na mambo 5 ambaye italete, na Mkenya wa kawaida ambaye umesema na unampata pale railways anakutazamia wewe katika ile position umepatiwa kuweza kuadimika kwa mambo ya ukulima, mambo ya the micro, small and medium enterprises, mambo ya nyumba, na nyumba tu si nyumba ya kulipizwa, ni ile nyumba ya mortgage ambaye Mkenya ataweza kupata shelter, pengine mambo ya healthcare na hii mambo mengine, creative economy. Wewe katika ile nyadhifa umepatiwa, ni njia gani utaweka mikakati kuonyesha mambo haya yatatimika na Mkenya asiwe tena atakuwa ni mambo ya kungoja kama ile the big four agenda ambayo iliwekwa na serikali iliyopita na ikuweza kutimiza? Asante.
Yes, Honorable Mudavadi, the clock is ticking. You can quickly answer those questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start with the issue about ambition. You know, there's Shakespeare, and in his book Macbeth, he made reference to how you should manage your ambition. He called it vaulting ambition. If you can have vaulting ambition and you're not careful, as you try to jump onto the horse, you will land on the other side of the horse. So I am a very pragmatic person. I am ambitious. That is why I'm sitting here. I am ambitious. But it is also important that we manage our ambition as we go forward. That is absolutely critical. And I would like to say that if I'm strong and I am capable and I'm in good health, I think I should bring my experience in public life to bear for the people of Kenya to benefit from it. And that is why I'm sitting before this committee to present myself in that manner. I just want to say that any cabinet secretary that will be avoiding summons of parliament will be doing so at their own peril, because parliament is so essential, it's so important, and it is absolutely necessary that we develop a respectful and collaborative approach when working with Parliament. I've been in Parliament myself. Some of you may be sitting exactly where I'm sitting in a few years' time, going through this process. And to me, we must cultivate a culture of respecting institutions that have been provided for in the Constitution. That is the hallmark of a good nation. So my view is that I will not hesitate to encourage members of cabinet at all times to make sure that they respect the summons of Parliament and work very closely with Parliament. In fact, perhaps I can also take this opportunity to say, to appeal to the broader Parliament through this committee that perhaps as we go to our 2010 Constitution, there was one very critical thing that we may have done in haste in those days, but perhaps through the appeal made by the President, and I join myself on that appeal, that it may be useful that perhaps you can reflect on the standing orders to bring in even greater accountability from the executive on how they conduct the activities, so that the issues of policy and whatever can be answered ana kwa ana by some of these people if need be. So that is something that may be looked at. I would also just want to say that it may be also very useful, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Chairman, but I was trying to look at why have we been seeing cases where legislation is collapsing a lot in court. And one of the things that has become a Waterloo for many pieces of legislation is the issue of public participation. It is a provision in the Constitution, but I would want to appeal to Parliament to give it more thought so that we can refine that area and figure out what is really public participation, what is adequate, what should be the parameters, because it's still vague. We are going by court rulings largely on this matter. I think some help from Parliament to refine this area might be very, very useful so that we can avoid too many delays of critical pieces of legislation as we go forward. I agree that we must continue looking at functions of government. There's wisdom always from a different perspective when creating the structures and functions of government. And all I can say now before this committee is that it's now going on record that there may be need going forward to review some of the functions and maybe where they are domiciled. I would not want to say that the Executive Order number 1 is cast in concrete. It is a living document that can be reviewed for further efficiency in government in some of the sector areas. I want to state that we must once again take Parliament very seriously. We must take the reports of the Auditor Generals very seriously. We must work in collaboration to help some of the critical independent institutions with the necessary resource. The Auditor General's office needs a lot of support. The budgetary allocation over the last few years has not been commensurate with the kind of tasks that they have. Just the way we saw that the judiciary needed more support, I think also institutions and offices like the Auditor General will need more support because their role of providing audits in a timely manner for all public entities, including county governments, is a very tall order, and they need to be resourced appropriately, financially, technologically, and even in terms of human resource. So these are critical areas. Kwa yale mambo ya agenda 4 zile kubwa, the big 4, kilimo, manufacturing, mambo ya afya na mambo ya kupeana makao ya kiheshima kwa Wakenya, mimi nitasema tu kwamba katika ile manifesto yetu ya Kenya Kwanza, hii agenda ambayo imetajwa hapa imenukuliwa kule ndani, iko kule ndani, na tutazidi kuangalia kwamba wakati pesa za kitaifa zinatengwa ama zitaelekezwa katika sekta hizi, ili tuwe na uwezo wa kuhakikisha kwamba tutatimiza yale ambayo tuliahidi wa Kenya. Nadhani nitakomea hapo kwa wakati huu.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Mudavadi. 3 minutes and final appeal to the committee in 3 minutes.
My prayers are that you find me suitable to work with you and to work with other Kenyans in delivering service to the people of Kenya. I just want to emphasize that in my role, I want to have a very strong interface with Parliament so that we can find common solutions. We are all there to help the people of Kenya, to serve them, And we cannot serve them by being isolated and living in silos. We must be able to cross the aisle and talk to each other. So this is what I would really want to encourage, and to say that I'll be ready and willing at all times to engage with you, either collectively, as in maybe in committees, or even individually as legislators, so that we can find solutions. The final thing I would urge is that we should also remind Kenyans that the challenge ahead of us is very, very serious. It's not a game of flattery to the Kenyan people. It's a question of being honest, being truthful, getting the right information to make decisions, so that we can restore, Mr. Chairman, let us restore trust in government. Let it not be a government of rumor mongering. This is what we want to try and avoid. We want to have an open government. We want to be able to have the facts on the table. Principles of accountability, transparency must be at the forefront of what we do. And also, when looking at the budgets, I would just help that plead with the Parliament that help us to eliminate something that I kept on calling in my campaigns budgeted corruption. Budgeted corruption. This is something that we all need to fight and deal with. Up to this day, the person I'm going to meet at the railway station will still want to know why would a product cost 100 shillings in the kiosk, and when the government is procuring the same product, it costs 1,000. We must find a way of dealing with this issue. So I'm appealing to members of Parliament that as we go, let's work together, because the executive cannot find these solutions on its own. We have to work together. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mudavadi. The Secretariat will want to have a comparison between your original documents and the certified copies that you have provided. That can be done on the side.
Okay.
This brings an end to your engagement with this committee. I want to thank the honorable members for the wonderful, positive decorum and incisive questions that you have put to the nominee. And if we carry on like this, I think it will be a very, very good idea. You have all conducted yourselves very well. And Honorable Mudavadi, thank you for answering all the questions candidly. You are now released to go to your other national duties. And the Sergeant at Arms can now usher in our next nominee, who is the National Assembly Speaker Emeritus, the Honorable Justin Bedan Njoka Muturi.
Mr. Chairman, can I also leave this document here? I'm sure you have it, but I don't know. The Judicial Commission of Inquiry. Yeah.
You can, yes, you can leave it, submit it as well, part of your documents. I think that's Bring the Honorable Muturi in 5 minutes so that members who are walking out to ease themselves or to have a cup of tea can...
The ID. Okay. And that will be.
Leaders of the House, who is your whip in this regard? Because we want to observe. You yourselves will whip.
Sir? Okay. What else do you want? Did you want a publication? Do you want it?
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyotizama ni shughuli ambayo imetamatika ya
Why wouldn't you let me know this earlier?
I feel sorry for the prince. I bet she's put a charm on Genova.
I seem to recall speaking ill of immortals is not allowed in the palace. Am I right?
You let him drink, didn't you? He's been asleep since yesterday afternoon. What's going on?
I thought that since you brought Betsy here, that things were going really well with you two. But judging by your face, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Are you just trying to upset me? You know that's not what I mean.
Saini saa ngapi? Sina saa.
Woi! Hii unakaa kama vampire. Si unajua mkaka ako na mechanical problems.
Wewe usiingize huko ndani. Karibu nipate nini? Cesarean stroke kwa roho.
Ili kupata skiza tune hii ya joking kwa simu yako, bonyeza *811 *758#.
Good morning, class. Good morning, Mr. Kipto. Now I want you to write a composition using the word
Bonds Board, clearance from ESCC, certificate of good conduct from DCI. I'll also ask a question whether you are a dual citizen of Kenya and any other sovereign.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, the members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee. I wish to confirm that I am only a citizen of Kenya.
Excellent. The Deputy Speaker may ask you one or two other questions before we come to. Okay. I'm advised we go to introductions first. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly, your successor in title, Moses Wetangula. I'll ask all the members to introduce themselves to the nominee, starting with the Majority Leader.
Kimani Ichung'wa. MP Kikuyu.
My name is Opriyo Wandai, MP Ugunja.
Ahmed, MP Suna East.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Rehab Mukami, County MP Nyeri.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County, Republic of Kenya.
George Gitonga Murugara, Member Tharaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kosing, you know Pokot 1, MP Pokot South, member of this committee.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP for North Imenti, Meru County.
Honorable Mishimboko, MP Likoni, a member of this committee.
Nelson Arab Koech, MP Belgut.
Thank you, Chair. Caleb Amisi, MP Sabot.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Abdi Shurie, MP Balambala.
Mary Mase, MP Teso South.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu, a member of this committee.
David Gikaria, Nakuru Town is constituency.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West constituency.
But not least, Deputy Speaker.
Gladys Boss, member for Wasingishu County, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you.
I'll invite the clerk to introduce the support team to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Sarah Kyoko, the acting clerk of the National Assembly, and with me is the Deputy Director, Legal Services, and other staff from the various directorates who are supporting this committee. Thank you.
The Honorable Justin Muturi, welcome to the committee. We are going to have a process where the committee will ask you questions. We expect cogent, clear answers. We have asked ourselves as the committee not to engage in parochial issues, but to ask questions pertinent to and relevant to the office to which you have been nominated. So far, we have done very well with the previous nominee. All questions are asked through the Speaker and the Chair, and answers are channeled the same way, so that we limit any altercations between the nominee and the members of the committee. Before we start, we'll give you 5 to 10 minutes to make an opening statement to the committee in a manner you feel necessary. If you don't wish to, you can exercise that option. We are going to limit ourselves to that time, 90 minutes, So the manner in which we ask and answer questions must be within the context of the time available. And we want to encourage you as a former colleague to feel free and answer questions freely without fear or favor. So I'll give you the up to 10 minutes opportunity to make any statement you wish to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to introduce myself to the members of this committee and to the country. The statement you've requested of me, I suppose, is one about my private life, about when and where I was born. Perhaps it is necessary for the membership to know where it is that I was born and brought up. I was born and brought up in Embu, approximately 66 years ago, in a village called Kanyuambora. Attended some local primary school known by the same name, after which I joined Kangaroo School in Embu for my secondary school education from Form 1 to Form 6. From there, in 1978, I joined the University of Nairobi for a law degree, where I completed and graduated in 1981. Thereafter, joined the Kenya School of Law, while at the same time undertaking pupillage with the law firm of GBM Kariuki at one point, and Ramesh Sharma at another, for the 1 year that I was at the law school. Thereafter, I was appointed at a district magistrate, class 2, and posted to Bungoma Law Courts, where I served for approximately 4 years, serving in various courts within Bungoma district, as it then was, as well as serving in Busia Law Courts. Later, in 1986, I was transferred to Githunguri Law Courts at a position of resident magistrate. In Githunguri, I served for exactly 365 days, after which I was transferred to Thika Law Courts, where I served for about 3 years and 5 months. And while in Thika, I was dealing, just like the other courts, with both criminal and civil litigation, and also did administrative work, overseeing the courts within Thika sub-districts, including Kandara, Gatundu, and Yatta in Machakos. In the month of April 1990, I was then transferred to Machakos Law Courts, where again I served for approximately 3.5 years. And while at Machakos Law Courts, I oversaw the administration of the judiciary, both in the then Machakos district, and which governed the current day Makueni County, as well as Kitui County. Thereafter, specifically on the 27th of September 1993, I was transferred to Nairobi Law Courts, and in Nairobi Law Courts I served mainly in the criminal division. And it was at Nairobi Law Courts where I left the judiciary when the bag of politics beat me, and I joined politics. From then on, in my first attempt in 1997, I did not succeed. But due to some unfortunate situation that happened, our Member of Parliament then died, and there was a by-election in 1999. I vied again and won. I served from 1999 up to 2002. Again, there was a general election. I vied, defended the seats, and I won. Came back to Parliament between 2003 and 2007. During that time, I also served as the chairperson of the Public Investments Committee and also as the opposition chief whip. In 2007, I lost the seat and briefly went into personal private matters, but actively engaging in the constitutional review process that was then that had begun in the year 2000 and continued until the time of promulgation of the new constitution on August 27th, 2010. Also at that time, I served as the chairperson of the Center for Multi-Party Democracy, which was intensely engaged in the process of constitutional review and did a number of matters, including the decision to go and seek a Supreme Court interpretation on the realization of the two-thirds gender rule then in the Constitution, and the Supreme Court did give an advisory that suggested that the principle would be realized through progressive mechanisms that the state would undertake. In 2013, I vied for the position of Speaker of the National Assembly, and the members graciously elected me on the 28th of March 2013, and continued to serve both as Speaker and as is provided for in Article 127 of the Constitution as the Chairman or Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission. We continued, and in 2017, after the general election, I again vied for the position of Speaker, and again the members graciously elected me to continue as Speaker on the 31st of August 2017, a position that I held until the first sitting of the 13th Parliament on the 8th of September, when I relinquished that position, and the position was, I believe, appropriately given by the members through election to yourself, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Muturi, have you ever been adversely associated with practices that depict bias, favoritism, or nepotism in the discharge of your public duties?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Would you tell the committee your financial net worth?
Mr. Chairman, I've been a very modest public servant, and my net worth is currently estimated at just about 700 million.
What are your current and anticipated sources of income?
Currently, from my activities as a farmer and through consultancies that I do from time to time, do get occasional rewards. Otherwise, I am now a pensioner, a retired speaker, and expect that I should be governed, whatever I get from the public coffers should be governed by the Deputy President and Designated State Officers Act of 2015.
Thank you. We'll now open the conversation, and the first to go will be the Deputy Speaker.
Honorable J.B. Muturi, as the Attorney General, you're going to be the principal legal advisor of the government. As you know from the past, the Attorney General or the government has lost very many major cases, one of them being the World Duty-Free case, the Kotek mining case, among others. So, and including many other cases against the government, including the President. How will you ensure that you deliver judicial wins for the government, or also ensuring that the government is not in an awkward situation of having flaunted the law and ending up in court? Thank you.
And we want to carry on as we take 4 at a time, then you answer them and we take another round. Kimani Chungwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I'll just carry on from where the Deputy Speaker began from. As the Chief Legal Advisor to Government, Honorable Muturi, you know, under the previous regime, there has what was seemingly an abuse of the justice system for political reasons. I don't know what you intend to do now as government's chief legal advisor to ensure that the criminal justice system is not used by government, the government that you'll be serving in, for political ends. Two, in relation to what the Honorable Shalay has asked you, it's indeed true that government has lost a number of cases in court, and tied to that is a question of pending bills. Close to ₦1 trillion of adverse court judgments against government. What will be your immediate dues in terms of probably being able to renegotiate or negotiate with other litigants against government to help government to bring down this huge cost of pending bills in terms of court judgments?
Thank you. Wandai. The Honorable.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chairman. The Honorable Muturi, I've got 2 quick questions. One, it is a matter of public notoriety that while serving in Nairobi station, you were once charged with a criminal offense, even though we know you were eventually acquitted. Perhaps what would interest us as a committee is, firstly, the prosecution did appeal the acquittal. We are not too sure what became of the appeal, if you could perhaps enlighten us. But secondly, could you also let us understand whether you went through the Ringera vetting of 2 or 3, and if you did so, why were you not reinstated to the judiciary? 2, you know, the progressive forces have over the years fought very, very consistently towards widening the democratic space. And this struggle has cost people a lot of things, including lives. As if this committee or the House eventually confirms you to this position, that you've been nominated, you will be the principal advisor to the government. And some of the areas or the issues you'll be advising the government on include matters of human rights, democracy, and so on and so forth. I have noted that you've been adversely mentioned in a book which I've just finished reading, that is Stronger Than Faith, My Journey in the Quest for Justice in Repressive Kenya, by one Oduor Ongwen. In this book, it's alleged that you betrayed the cause of the struggle for positive change within the university by, among others, university students in the early 80s. And as you know, political socialization becomes more effective at the formative stages in life, especially at the university stage when you are a student. Could it be that you still hold those beliefs that could have informed your taking of contrary position to the popular position then by the university students? Which views could actually impact on your role as a chief advisor, legal advisor to the government? If you are confirmed, thank you.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I would like to ask the nominee, having been Speaker and now being proposed for the position of Chief Advisor, Legal Advisor to the government, do you believe that a Member of Parliament elected in a party or a coalition should be able to defect from that position without seeking the mandate of the public that voted them in? Is the member's political rights maybe superior to the voter? And the second one is, what is your legal position on the charges that have been dropped against nominees to the CS position this time round by the DPP, and those also that have been proposed to other executive offices? Thank you.
Honorable Muturi, you can answer those questions in succession, then we'll take another round.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I must say that I wasn't quite clear about the question that the Honorable Deputy Speaker asked, because it touched on the case touching on duty.
She said the government has lost very high-profile cases through a perception of inadequate legal services from the Attorney General. Are you going to carry on with the inadequacy, or what are you going to do?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that's a very important question, in that my personal view is that it is not a right of government to always win cases, but government will win or lose cases depending on how much legal advice the particular entity within which the dispute is located. If it is, say, for instance, the Ministry of Trade or Ministry of Finance, it is important that all those departments, first and foremost, before committing government to anything, must seek legal advice. Of course, once the advice is sought, it may or may not be acted on. But of course, with the attendant risk, when they don't act on those opinions, that they could easily find themselves on the receiving end. And in a number of cases, in fact, in the majority of cases, government has found itself on the receiving end because the Office of the Attorney General is brought in many of those cases at the tail end. It is not involved at the time when the government was being contracted into some particular activity. And therefore, my personal view about this is, if we have a robust, integrated legal management system, which will sift through all government departments, just like we have IFMIS, it helps principal legal advisor to government to know at every stage, at the earliest stage, what government is about to, what kind of arrangements or engagements the government is about to enter into, and advise appropriately. And therefore, I myself, in a proactive way, propose that I would introduce such a system. But of course, all that will only happen when there is sufficient funding to the Office of the Attorney General. And this, of course, would involve not just the National Treasury, but also the National Assembly in ensuring that the office is properly resourced. But I want to agree with the Honorable Deputy Speaker that indeed government has lost in cases where, if properly advised and been sought, ab initio, that would not have happened. And I think tying to that is the issue raised by the Honorable Ichung'wa, the Majority Leader, about the abuse of the justice system, but mainly the issue of those lost cases. The lost cases, I think I would myself want to deal with it as a matter that is now over and will not be resuscitating. But it is important that we appreciate that government, just like ordinary citizens, appear before courts as litigants, and should expect that in an adversarial system such as ours, they could either win or lose. But at all times, government should first receive the best available legal advice, especially before contracting. Some of the other smaller cases that government has actually lost has been, in my view, out of negligence, because many of them are either not adequately defended and some not at all defended, and we find judgments being entered against government on account of either inadequate personnel or inadequate preparation by those charged with defending government positions in court. With regard to the question of abuse of the justice system,
yes, so the Honorable
maybe Honorable JB did not get my question. Maybe I could paraphrase it. My question was, and truly what you are saying is true, that some of the cases could have been lost by government because of negligence by officers in the state law office in not defending government properly. And therefore government has been surcharged or rather as judgments against it that amount to amounts some that are obscene for some cases. And cumulatively, if you look at all those judgments, I think they're moving close to 1 trillion shillings. And my question was specific, as AG now, knowing, as you say here, there might have been negligence by state law officers in defending government, what do you intend to do? Because we cannot subject the Kenyan people, Kenyan taxpayers, to pay those huge bills out of the negligence of officers in the state law office. So what do you intend to do if you are approved as the AG to make sure that you save on taxpayers' money, not even government money, on those judgments? That was a specific question. I wanted to hear what your intention.
No, on those judgments, if they have been finalized, there is nothing that the Attorney General will do, save to advise that the government settles those that have been finalized. Those that have not been concluded, of course, the Attorney General will take up the matter and apply the best foot forward in ensuring that government gets the very best out of them. But I'm saying, moving forward, not the historical ones, going forward, I think there is need for all government ministries and departments to ensure that they involve the Office of the Attorney General, especially before entering into commercial contracts, because some of them are entered into. The brief that I have is that some of them come to the Office of the Attorney General, and the Attorney General's office looks through them and begins asking, why did you enter into this kind of arrangement? It is obvious that you are going to you are going to find yourselves in a mess. Some of them, like the construction case, contracts, you find that maybe some functionary in a ministry may not have been happy about somebody who was awarded the contract, and feel because they come, pushing their way forward and say, terminate this. Obviously, with the consequences that the party that is aggrieved to go to court, and chances are very high in those kind of situations that government will lose. So that's why I'm saying, going forward, it is important that we have a policy understanding that the constitutional mandate of the Office of the Attorney General to be the principal legal advisor is taken seriously by all government ministries and departments, so that we are able to avoid some of these losses that impact on even our economic performance. Of course, with regard to the criminal abuse of the criminal justice system, it's only fair that everybody appreciates that even though the Attorney General coordinates some of the activities within the criminal justice system, criminal prosecutions are undertaken by the DPP. And as you know, in the performance of his functions under Article 157, he is not under the direction or control of any person or authority. But I think working collaboratively, it is fair that in a democratic country, we need to appreciate that people may hold differing opinions from even you as a member of parliament, or even you, the Attorney General, but that does not in itself entitle the party that feels that they have weight and power to use the criminal justice system. It is just a matter of discussions and agreeing with people that going forward as a country, let us embrace the divergence of opinions, and it's not a crime. On the pending bills, Honorable Ishongwa, the report I have is that a task force had been set up, which came up with a report indicating that the pending legal bills arising out of court judgments currently stand at about 151 billion. Of course, it is a strain on the exchequer, but unfortunately, ministries do not budget, or they don't provide for these debts. Yet there are debts which must be settled. Some of them, the smaller ones, which is really the more pitiful situation. You may find that some judgments have been entered against government. Maybe some government driver went and knocked somebody, some citizen somewhere. They went to court, got judgment, and for well over a decade, they have not benefited from those judgments. It's really an unfortunate situation that, in my opinion, should not happen. But I would be advising that they make provision. But of course, the Honorable Ishongwa, having been the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, is aware that some of these matters, when they appear before the committee, they don't look very urgent. But I think I would be appealing to Parliament, particularly the National Assembly, to look into some of these matters favorably. The Honorable Opio Wandai, the Minority Leader and member for Ugunja, raised the issue of the criminal case that was filed against me. I just wish to inform the committee that, through you, Mr. Chairman, that that case was dismissed at no case to answer. In fact, in the judgment, it was described as one built on quicksand. The Attorney General's office, which was, and it's unfortunate, I didn't want to go to this, but I must say it to clear there. The Attorney General's office, which at that time was responsible also for criminal prosecutions, appealed. And it's no, I was not surprised that they were appealing, because the case actually originated from them. They knew what it is that were pursuing against me. But again, the appeal was dismissed by the late Honorable Justice Oguk. So nothing really came of it. Vetting by Justice Rengera, it was something which was famously known as radical surgery, or surgery by radicals. Unfortunately, when that surgery was happening, I was a happy member for Siakago constituency in 2003, and you needed to come to Bunge to deal with us differently. So I did not have to be taken to him. The Honorable O.P. Wandai, Mr. Chairman, also raised a very pertinent issue about the issues of human rights and democracy. And as you know, if you look at the functions of the Attorney General, one of it is to advise the government on the issue of human rights. In fact, the Department of Justice within the Attorney General's office specifically deals with that issue of advising government on matters of human rights and democracy. And therefore, you can expect that there will be robust engagement with the various arms and various actors. Remember, one of the reports that the President has to deliver to Parliament and Article 132 is one showing what steps the government is taking towards implementing the many values contained in Article 10, which include, among others, human rights and the enforcement and implementation of international treaties. And therefore, when that happens, the President usually is advised from the Attorney General's Office, Department of Justice, on the steps that have been taken. But to go further, it's also to inform the committee that if you look at Article 59 on the establishment of the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, one of the issues that commission is charged with is the enforcement of issues to do with human rights. And though it's an independent commission, that commission works in close cooperation with the Office of the Attorney General with regard to matters to do with human rights and democracy. There's a question about Mr. Oduor Ongwen about a position I took in regard to some demonstration that was happening in the university. I can inform the committee that that was approximately 41 years ago. I suspect not very many of us were born, but it's just a matter of expressing a divergent opinion. There had been no formal body at the university since the proscribing of the Nairobi University Students Union, NUSO. And what used to be there was a body that was loosely called SRC, the Students Representative Council. And as the chairman then of the Kenya Law Student Society, I was co-opted into it. In that body, we had debates, very robust debates, and there was some people took the position that we needed to go to demonstrate. Some of us who were just exiting university were of the contrary view that we didn't think we had the luxury while we are preparing for our exams to join the rest in the streets. And therefore, I'm surprised that Mr. Ongwen thinks that was betrayal of democratic or anything progressive. I don't know what could have been described as progressive then. I suspect he was not even in the university at that time. He must have had rumors about what happened. But, you know, this is the beauty of our country in a democracy, is to allow people to express themselves whichever way they choose. But as the Attorney General, I would defend his right to continue saying that, as much as I continue also saying that it was not progressive. So it's here not, Mr. Chairman, is not something that I think would reflect in any way on my suitability in the office of the Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, the last question was by the member for Kathiani, the Deputy Minority Leader, the Honorable Robert Bui, on the defection of MPs. I think, Mr. Chairman, when we talk about when you go to Articles 36 and 38 of the Constitution, it becomes quite clear that every person, every adult person, is entitled to those rights. And I think we need to appreciate that our Bill of Rights is one of the most progressive and robust in the world. And it is no wonder that given the history, the political history of this country, before the promulgation of the current constitution, we Kenyans felt that there was need to place almost everything without exception in the Bill of Rights. It's actually the longest chapter with a total of 41 articles. So everybody has a right to form and be in a political formation. When that person decides that they no longer want to be in a particular formation, I cannot myself be persuaded to say that they cannot. Of course, the attendant issue that goes with that one is the party, the political party, would then be at liberty using its internal processes to discipline any member that it feels has in any way injured its position, not just in Parliament, but anywhere. Remember, when we did the Political Parties Act, Mr. Chairman, we went to great lengths to provide even for disciplinary mechanisms that a political party should follow in dealing with its members whom it may deem errant. And of course, going on to even provide in Article 103 what should happen in the event that the member is a member of Parliament. But I'll be willing to engage on the technicalities that are there. But for now, suffice to say that I think a member is at liberty to choose to make decisions as they find appropriate. And if the party to which they belong feels aggrieved, then the party can proceed to take necessary disciplinary action. The Honorable Robert Bui, Mr. Chairman, finally asked a question about my view on the dropped charges. I think I will express myself in general terms because, again, that is the domain of the DPP, even though as the AG chairs the National Steering Committee on Anti-Corruption, which brings together many bodies, including the DPP. But again, since the reasons that informed the DPP were not made public, it will be, I think, premature to start ascribing particular positions on those dropped charges. Safe to say, if you look at Article 157, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, because this again goes to the powers of the DPP. The DPP is empowered in Article 157, clauses 6 and 7 to commence, take over, and drop criminal charges, except any that are not before a court martial. Yeah, and therefore, the DPP is best placed to respond to this, because the reasons are only known to him.
Yes, the Honorable Junet.
Chair, I didn't want to interrupt the nominee, but also the Constitution says that, I wanted to remind, because we're in a public forum, that the DPP must give reasons for withdrawal to the court, not just to drop them like that. 88. 157.8.
In fact, it doesn't say that. It says that the DPP will not withdraw except with the leave of the court.
Yeah.
I'm quite, you know my position with regard to the Constitution. With regard to the Constitution, that's so. We wait for the courts.
No, Mr. Speaker. Chair, it says. Let me read from the Constitution. The director of the public prosecution may not discontinue a prosecution without the permission of the court.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. The leave of the court
in law, permission and leave are used interchangeably.
Mr. Chairman, it's
yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think we are saying the same thing.
Yes, it is the same thing.
With the honourable member, yeah. But again, because we don't know whether the courts have given permission, so again, it may be incoherent for us to start saying this and this has happened, because the courts before whom the DPP is making the application will ask for the reasons. And maybe if the courts are not satisfied, the court is not satisfied, it might refuse. But remember again, that same, you go slightly above there in clause 7, if the withdrawal comes after the DPP has closed his case, it results in the acquittal of the accused person. And that would have, some bearing on. Then, of course, and these are some of the things that I was saying earlier on. Remember, this is even you, honourable member, may be taken to court. And if the reasons for which you have been taken there are not justifiable, you also have a right, after that acquittal, to even sue the government. So again, the matter will find itself with the Attorney General, because now that will be civil. And that's why I was saying, we must work, in a collaborative way with all these agencies and ministries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can see that the interest is immense. So one question each member, and a succinct answer from the nominee. Mishimbogo, Gikaria, Emase, Ferdinand. Second round, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Thank you, Chair. In the perspective of the litigation against the government, which attracts huge monetary claims, and this has been made from the ministry, from the department, and maybe government agencies. The reason has been sometimes we fail to effectively negotiate on financing agreements. And I'm citing on one project, the SGR projects. Last Parliament, the reports from the PAC stated that certain ministry ignored some advice from the Attorney General on the issue of the SGR. And today there is a lot of conflict, there are a lot of challenges in terms of how are we going to finance the agreement between Kenya and the Exim Bank of China. So my question is, how are you going to do it differently in case of a scenario where you have given a certain advice, but then it is rejected or rather ignored by a certain ministry, whether a department or an agency of the government? Because we need to do things differently to ensure that there is value of the public funds in terms of public investment projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Karia.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable.
Pengine niseme pongezi kwa ndugu yangu Bwana Muturi. Na niulize katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, Wakenya wengi hawapati nafasi. Actually watu wengi wanafungwa kwa sababu ya kukosa usaidizi wa mawakili. Na wengi hawana hela za kuweza kulipia gharama ya mawakili ama mambo mengine. Na Wakenya sana sana huwa kwa sababu hawana nafasi hiyo ya kuweza kushika wakili aweze kuwatetea katika kesi zao, wanajipata wanafungwa na wengine pengine hata wana hatia. Ama wengine wanapatiwa mawaidha mabaya kwenda kukubali kesi ambayo inamweka ndani. Na nasema hivi kwa sababu najua kuna kijana amefungwa miaka 5 kwa kwenda kuvua samaki tu pale Lake Nakuru. Sababu aliambiwa kubali na amefungwa, sasa hayuko. Kama angepata legal advice, ofisi yako iko na hiyo nafasi ya kuweza kupeana. Pengine Wakenya wataweza kujua kwa njia gani wale wamefungwa that kuna usaidizi kutoka kwa ofisi yako, ndio wale mahasla ambao wanashikwa kwa sababu ya sheria ambazo hawajui wanaweza kupata usaidizi kutoka kwa ofisi yako. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw my question from the nominees resume. I noticed that you've been a member of the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption. You're also a member of the Global Organization of Parliamentarians Against Corruption. Mr. Speaker, noting that corruption is still a major menace and an impediment to the realization of our development agenda or targets as a country, I want the nominee to tell us what is going to do to strengthen the legal frameworks in liaison with other institutions, because we witness that there's a lot of delays in prosecution, a lot of delays in investigation, blame games between the EACC and the Office of the DPP. So what are you planning to do in order to address these issues to make sure that there is justice? Justice is not delayed and Kenyans get justice, and corruption cases are addressed efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
Muturi.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I thought you indicated the Honorable Fernand Wanyonyi.
Sorry, Fernand. He showed no enthusiasm in pursuing the question.
I didn't know what?
You slept on your right.
I said on my right. Okay. Chair, I want to ask the AG, and I think you have to the task. From the way you are talking, you are up to the task. Yeah. But my question is that in your role as an AG, you will also serve as a member of the Judicial Service Commission. That's your work. Complaints have been made, and I think I'm one of them. I don't want to specify which complaint, but we've made complaints about these officers, judicial officers, taking their work very casually, and it takes time for them to come back to you as a complainant that your case is coming up or something like that. What do you want to do? How would you help the public in that case? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin with the one by the Honorable Wanyonyi. I think all complaints raised against judicial officers with the Judicial Service Commission have to be addressed promptly. But I think there may be some need for public awareness, because I think we still have a large segment of our society that is not really quite aware of the functions of the judiciary. It may not be necessarily the work of the judicial officer before whom a case is filed to inform the public about when the case is coming, except when if the matter is being heard and there's an adjournment, then if a date is taken, it's the work of the judicial officer to indicate that is normally done publicly. But I think given the situation of COVID and how the judiciary has adjusted, we may perhaps have to think of introducing, Mr. Chairman, other methods, not just the internet, but other methods through which people in whatever part of the country are able to access the court lists in courts to know when their matters will be coming up either for hearing or for mention. And some of these terminologies, sometimes my view is that at the Judicial Service Commission, as a policy level, we should be able to advise that let's explain to the public when you say a mention, because I've seen a situation whereby a case is listened for mention and a litigant is ferrying witnesses because they don't know whether is mentioned hearing, is the case going to be tried, things like those. I think it calls for more robust awareness creation by the judiciary itself. But I just also appreciate this system which we introduced of court users association, as when it is fully implemented, it's going to help a great deal in enlightening members of the public and litigants in particular about the court processes. Where a person is seen to be just lazy, then appropriate disciplinary action should be taken by the JSC. The member for Teso South, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Mary Amase, raised the issue of matters to do with corruption. Whereas I take it that in most cases we see these matters only with respect to criminal prosecutions. Indeed, I want to agree with you. Some of these corrupt matters, cases, are within the civil section of the judiciary, because some of those contracts, sometimes you find that they are tainted with aspects of corruption. And for me, I think public information is the way to go. And I'm happy, Mr. Chairman, that indeed the President is leading from the front and has put everybody on notice, particularly public servants, that if you have a long hand, you are unlikely to survive in his government. So public information and public awareness is important. And as you know, these bodies, both APNAC and GOPAC, really, they act as bodies that create awareness, but within the parliamentary setting, within African Parliamentarians Network Against Corruption, and at a global level, again, is a global organization of parliamentarians against corruption, so that they act as bodies that help to create awareness within the setting of parliaments, both in the continent and the world over. The Honorable Gekaria raised the issue of hustlers who don't understand about who are not aware that there is legal aid. And legal aid is one of the functions of the Office of the Attorney General, I must say. And my view is that that is an aspect that the Office of the Attorney General should take seriously, given that the majority of our people hardly know or understand some of those processes, judicial processes. Indeed, it is against the Constitution. It's against the Constitution in the Bill of Rights, Mr. Chairman, to mislead a person who's been arrested to make a confession, because that's amounts to a confession. And I think the Office of the Attorney General needs to be much more proactive by providing information. And there is, I would be suggesting that in terms of Article 6, Clause 3, the Attorney General's Office as a state organ should endeavor to devolve its services to the lowest level possible, and in doing so, actively engage the public. And there's nothing wrong even going on television. An Attorney General should not feel that they occupy any special position, should go to television and explain to the public some of the things that that your office is doing. But on a more positive note, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy that His Excellency the President has indicated, and I hope honorable members will take this positively, that cabinet secretaries, including the Attorney General, will now get an opportunity to appear before the floor of the House to explain some of these functions where there is need and whenever Parliament desires to get that kind of information. And I myself, as you know, I have been the greatest proponent of that process where, government functions and policies should be explained to the people's representatives on the plenary of the House, because that way you end up creating greater awareness than you could possibly even do through television appearances. So, Honorable Chairman, in response to the Honorable Gikaria's question, that's what I would say. Again, more and more robust engagement with the public. Finally, Honorable Chairman, the issue raised by the Honorable Mishimboko is a very serious one, because I know for the last almost 8 years, this is a matter that has, exercised the minds of, the legislature particularly, and various committees of the House. But I think if we implemented an integrated management system, legal management system of the magnitude of IFMIS, it means that anything happening in the smallest unit of government will have a way of getting to the Attorney General up in issue before action is taken, to avoid, and if indeed Parliament were to help the Attorney General's office to achieve this, it will be an extremely important achievement, because one, we will be in a way able to tame some of those underhand dealings that happen in ministries, and only later to end up in the courts, government being sued, and in situations like the one the Honorable Mishi raised, threats being made by outside bodies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Owen Bayer. I can see some soliciting through facials. Rahab Mukami. I'll give Naisula and Dawood. Wait for the next round. If you can also be as precise and concise as the last batch of 4, we'll make very good progress. Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the Speaker Emeritus is the nominee for the Attorney General Office, is that during your tenure as Speaker, we lost several laws at the judiciary. When they were taken to court, we lost them. Seemingly, these laws passed through the Attorney General's office from the Ministerial Cabinet and the journey into Parliament. Under your stewardship, we lost several of those cases, and they were termed unconstitutional. But we also used to call you in Parliament as the working dictionary of the Constitution, because you have every, but we lost several of them on the aspect of constitutionalism. How will this be cured so that Parliament is not embarrassed again in court? Secondly, if the chairman would allow me, there has always been this battle of which is the upper house, and your several pronouncements in Parliament indicated that the National Assembly is the upper house. Now that you are going to be vetted and become Attorney General, how will you cure the supremacy battles between the two chambers of the House? I thank you.
What's the next?
Congratulations, our former speaker. What I want to ask you, what strategies will you put in place to promote administration of justice, bearing in mind that majority of Kenyans cannot afford legal fees in the court?
Thank you. Next, Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, former Chief Justice David Maraga is quoted having said that the government cannot demand of its citizens the obedience of the law if those in authority were disobeying court orders with abandon. As a departure from past practice, the Kenya Kwanza administration pledged to obey all court orders. The other day, the Public Service Commission advertised for the Chief Administrative Secretary jobs. LSK is already in possession of orders, but the PAC in its latest statement was categorical that the recruitment process will continue uninterrupted. There are indications that the current administration is keen to retain the positions so pre-election agreements can be honored through appointments. As the AG, what is your position on this matter, and especially on ensuring the rule of law is followed throughout and not only when it suits the government or the executive?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to ask, first of all, congratulate our Emeritus Speaker on being nominee for AG. I would want to know, how are you going? One of the functions of the AG's office is constitutional implementation, legislative drafting, and the other one is legal aid, which you have already talked about, but I think we need still more what you have said to Honorable Gikaria, because a lot of citizens cannot afford legal aid, and if you can fashion something like the Citizens Advisory Bureau, which is in the UK, something on similar lines, which would be probably be based in Huduma centers or something like that. But my question to you, Nominee AG, is the Constitution has been there, the new Constitution 2010. We still call it the new Constitution. There are many laws which have not been implemented to date, have not been enacted, or they are not being followed up. So you as the AG, what will you do to put into effect all the laws which are in the 2010? Because I remember I was in the CIOC and we left many laws which have not to date been implemented. So as the AG, how do you take that? And about the pro bono services, because this is a hustler's government. So we need pro bono services for the hustlers because they cannot afford it. The rich can afford their lawyers, and not just for criminal cases, even civil cases, because there are land cases which are there. People are being moved out of their lands and they cannot afford it, and the rich get away with those atrocities. So how are you going to assist them? Thank you.
Attorney General Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And starting from the question raised by the Honorable Wandibaya, first of all, on the issue of upper or lower house, I want to say that my experience is that this is it's neither here nor there. It's a matter that you find in very many jurisdictions where there are two houses. And as you know, even even when you're campaigning, there's always one person claiming to be better than the other. But the electorate will always make their decision. The roles of each house, in our case, are clearly provided for, so that the issue of which is upper or which is lower shouldn't even arise. It should be who is performing what role. You look, because both houses are parliament in terms of Article 93. The legislative process is clearly provided for in Article 94. Then the roles, specific roles of each house provided for in Articles 95 and 96, so that there should be no conflicts, and for me, the issue that was raised about the lower or upper house, I think should not even preoccupy us. If anything, I think it is diversionary. And sometimes we should leave it for people to enjoy. It happens actually even in other jurisdictions. If you go to London, you find about the House of Lords. The popular refrain there is that it is the largest regular gathering of retirees. So these things are always there. These are jokes, but when you check how the two houses operate and relate to one another, there is a lot of difference. So because everybody knows their specific area of operation. With regard to laws, let me say that there have been a few laws that have been part of them annulled. But really, the house's function is to make a law. It is the function of the judiciary to interpret. And I think we should not even feel unhappy, because remember, you have played your part. You let the judiciary go and play theirs to do interpretation. The area where there was some little bit of contention was with regard to the application of the provisions of Article 110.3 with regard to, the specific provision is actually quite testing, and I think it's a matter that and I don't want to go into a lot of details because, as you know, there's a matter pending before the Supreme Court, and maybe it would be a bit unfair for me to go into a lot of details. But you just need to look at the specific wording of Article 110, Clause 3, and see it creates there's some gray areas, because it says before any House of Parliament considers any bill, the two speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate shall resolve any question as to whether, one, it's a bill concerning counties, two, if it is, whether it's an ordinary bill or a special bill. So it's a matter that there's been some contention there, because when is a bill considered? Is it when it is published? Is it when it is read for the first time? Or is it when it is coming for second reading during debate? So I think that's a matter that I think it's only fair that we leave that to the judiciary to advise all of us, even though we also have a duty and obligation to interpret the Constitution, but the final arbiter must at all times remain the judiciary. The Honorable Mukami, yes, I agree with you that court fees are quite high, but remember now we are in a free market economy, and I sympathize with the situation whereby many of our people cannot afford the legal fees charged by our lawyers. But also, on the other hand, it is an truism that which we cannot escape, that whatever it is that the Attorney General's office can be given to address this issue, it's only so much. And again, it comes from the National Assembly to decide how much you would want to give to the office of the Attorney General to pay for this. It's a very, very difficult situation, and particularly in civil matters, it will be so difficult know, because people will differ about this. Maybe somebody wants to divorce, and they're saying that they are not able to afford the fees to divorce their wives or their husbands. Now, how is the Attorney General going to come to say to step in to come and pay fees for them? It's one of those things that it's like the chicken and egg situation. One, it's an issue that we sympathize with, that fees are quite high, but inappropriate public interest litigation, as you all know, courts, there are no fees charged. The Honorable Lesunda, Mr. Chairman, has asked a very interesting question about obedience of court orders. What I know is that there is a pending matter in the Court of Appeal on this issue of that same matter that the Public Service Commission is undertaking. There was obtained, there was a judgment by the High Court in that original matter, but there was an appeal filed, and in that appeal there was some conservatory orders that were issued, which the current administration felt should not be the situation, decided to follow the Constitution, because, you know, Article 132, Clause 4 permits the President to establish any office in the public service and make appointments thereto on the recommendations of the Public Service Commission. The issue which was raised in the earlier case was that there had not been public participation before the establishment of the office of Chief Administrative Secretary. So the current administration felt that they wanted the PSC to involve the public and advise the President. I'm not able at this point to know whether the advice has come from the PSC to the President, but you know, so I can only comment to the extent that I am aware that, and I think almost everybody here knows that the Public Service Commission advertised for, you know, to the public for people to send views on the suitability or otherwise of the creation of the office of Chief Administrative Secretary. I believe there have been quite a number of views, representations made to the PSC, the results of which are not, they are not with me, since I'm merely a nominee, and I'm not supposed to know what it is that happened. And in any event, they were supposed to advise, as per the Constitution, the President. They are not, even in doing that, required. If you look at the specific provision, they are not even required to engage or involve the Attorney General in that matter, because it's up to them, once they have received views, to present to the President their recommendations. Finally, but therefore, let me just say this. I intend to advise the entire government that you know, the three arms of government, and indeed even the devolved units, yes, there is the principle of separation of powers, which is important in our constitutional architecture, but there is also need for each to respect the others. When Parliament makes a decision, the executive should respect that decision, and so the same should apply to judgments that have been given by courts. If there have not been any appeals, or even if there are appeals, they should be obeyed to the extent that you know, an appeal has not you know, invalidated the orders that may have been made. Finally, Mr. Chairman, there is the question raised by the Honorable Daoud, part of which is about on this issue of legal aid. See, legal aid must be understood to to not just be limited to pro bono services. The Office of the Attorney General doesn't have the personnel, and I think will never have the personnel enough to give pro bono services to every citizen. The best that the office can do is to just give general information. And my position is, once we are able to roll out the services of the Office of the Attorney General to every of our counties, because currently we are only in 13, and that leaves quite some big part of the country without the services of the Attorney General. We can only do so much, because we are limited both to both the space, resources, both the human and financial. In several cases, like I said earlier on, it becomes very, very difficult for the Office of the Attorney General to really give free representation to citizens, because the range of disputes in civil matters is so wide. The Office of the Attorney General cannot possibly contemplate what is likely. Somebody will be saying this from Garissa, another one from Migori will be suing another one, and it's not possible. And not all the cases are against government. Some of them are disputes between citizens, both human beings and juristic persons. So it's likely to be quite a challenge to the Office of the Attorney General. With regard to the cases, the number of laws that have not been implemented or passed, Mr. Chairman, the challenge goes back to Parliament, because if you look at, although I can say here authoritatively, if you look to the 5th schedule, all the laws that were supposed to have been enacted by the last 2 parliaments, in fact 3 parliaments, have all been enacted. If you go to the schedule in the 5th schedule of the Constitution, all of them, without exception, were passed by the last 3 parliaments. So there isn't any that one can say has not been passed. I'm also, I can also say authoritatively that there are several others which were not in the 5th schedule, which, through efforts of individual members, have also been enacted. I know that there's still, Parliament was supposed to enact legislation to give effect to Article 100, and I'm aware that the last Parliament, I think the National Assembly had already done their bit and referred the bill to the Senate. Well, this is a new Parliament. I think that can be, the matter can be reopened. But I think I would want to enlist the help of the National Assembly in particular in combing through the Constitution and seeing which other areas of our Constitution may require legislative interventions, so that working together we can do it for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Jonette, Koech, Raso, Mule. You'll all have an opportunity, don't worry. At one question each.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, Honorable Attorney General Nominee, my question is, you have served as the Speaker of the National Assembly for the last 10 years, especially under the new Constitution. You're the first Speaker who came after the new Constitution was promulgated in 2010. So 2013 was the first Parliament to implement. And as you are aware, the biggest problem with following the law the constitution is normally with the executive. And for that matter, they will want to interfere with other institutions and other arms of government, like judiciary and parliament. What is your experience as a speaker for 10 years? Was there a lot of interference from the executive? And as now somebody is sitting at the Attorney General, what will you advise the government on how they should not interfere or not to deal with other arms of government? And also the issue of how do you intend to make sure the country is run by the rule of law and constitutionalism, that the executive is the one that normally has a problem with the law, as I've told you. So how will you make sure that they follow constitutionalism? An example, a point in case, as late as yesterday, is that the Constitution says, and I'm happy that's what the new government wants to implement. They were making the police service to be very independent and making the Attorney General, the IG, have financial independence and those things. But yesterday, I came across an incident, Article 245. It says that the minister in charge of police can give police orders in terms of policy issues. But no any other person can give the police instructions on what to do. But the president gave them instructions yesterday to disband a unit of the DCI. Is that constitutionalism, Mr. Attorney General?
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, sorry about that. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker, on your appointment as Attorney General. One is the courts ruled on the CDF, Constitutional Development Fund. Up to now, there has not been disbursement, even emergency. What is your interpretation on the ruling? And going forward, then, what will you, how will you guide the government? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable JB, congratulations on your nomination. If the House approves your nomination, you are likely to have worked in the three arms of government, maybe among the few. My first question is, what will haunt you is what you pronounce from the floor of the House, why the executive must respect the summons by Parliament. And you kept on saying severally. So that leads me to my question on the issue of extrajudicial killings and the disappearance of Kenyan citizens. This in itself is violation of human rights and the Constitution also. What are we likely to see under your watch as the state legal advisor? Thank you, Chair.
Mule.
Thank you very much. I want to say congratulations to Honorable Muturi. We have worked closely together on the TB caucus for 10 years. Mine is on two fundamental issues which lies with the Office of the Attorney General. That is the international agreements and the cases which are likely to bear direction from your office as the Attorney General, whereby we look at the case whereby Kenya lost to ICC on the Mediterranean border with Somali. And I do intend to appeal or advise the government of the day on how best to resolve that dispute instead of going full throttle to claim the good stature. The second one is the issue of Migingo, which lies in that preview of the international borders of Kenya, whereby Migingo has gone silently and we are not aware as Kenyans at the end. And on the agreements, as Attorney General, there are so many agreements which have been sent to the Attorney General. Some of them have not been effected, like the agreement for Qatar for building affordable housing, which has been lying there, and then it elapsed, and we lost almost 5 billion shillings as a country. And also the agreement between Kenya and Britain regarding the issue of Tuk in Laikipia. which really affects the interests of Kenyans and the interests of our international relationship with Britain. As the Attorney General, and if we approve you, how are you going to deal with these issues which are clearly within your office and advise the government the best way possible?
Yes, Honorable Muturi.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Chairman. The Chairman, the Honorable Minority Whip, the Honorable Junaid Mohammed, raised the issue of interference by the executive and the issues of the rule of law and constitutionalism. But I think he directed himself, the intention was to ask the last question on the disbursement of the SSU. As I read it, I didn't know that there was such an outfit. But Mr. Chairman, every government is elected on the basis of some program and policy that it has to formulate when in office. And this government has clearly indicated that they want to get to be involved, particularly with Parliament, when dealing with issues of its policies. And for that reason that there is this request that Parliament allows Cabinet Secretaries to appear before the floor to respond. And I think this is, again, really just actualizing the provisions of Article 125. And being the people's representatives, I think Parliament should be kept informed of all decisions that the executive is coming up with. My view is that every arm of government should know what is required of it under the Constitution. The Office of the Attorney General seconds legal counsel to every ministry. And indeed, it is my position that I would want those legal counsel seconded to the various ministries to be the first point of call whenever the government is getting involved in any issues that have to do with the administration of the law and issues that touch on the constitutional requirements. But let me say, the president is the head of the executive, and it is quite in order for him to use what has been said by his cabinet secretary. Maybe quietly, it is quite open to the president to say it publicly that he has instructed for this to happen. Remember, indeed, he is the foremost spokesperson of the government and indeed of the country. And therefore, I don't see any interference, so to speak, with the functioning of police. And I think we all must allow that from time to time, communication will be made which explains what government is doing with regard to various activities that are taken by various agencies. Honorable Koech, Mr. Chairman, raised the issue of the CDF ruling that came on the 8th of August. Quite an interesting date for the ruling to have come, because I was reading it as I was driving to the village to go and vote the next day, and it was a bombshell. But I think consultations are ongoing. It is agreed by many people that what CDF has been able to achieve in this country is phenomenal, and I think we can be able to work on around ways. Remember, there were some areas that the court took issue with. One, the area of shareable revenue, so that we can address that one as Parliament. Actually, Parliament can address that one by going through, look at what is provided for in Article 202, so that CDF does not become part of that mechanism of sharing national revenue. So that what remains with the national government becomes the place where CDF should be hyped off from. So I think if we can consult on that area, I think we can make the necessary adjustments. And it's unfortunate that as a result, no disbursements have been made so far. I think it's really an unfortunate situation. The other area which we need to address, and I think this is within your powers as members of Parliament in the National Assembly, is what the courts went to great lengths to explain about service delivery. And I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, looking through these members, these are fairly clever members. We can deal with that. It's something that we can work on. And I'll be available. Because I truly feel that CDF should continue. On the issue of extrajudicial killings, Mr. Chairman, I think I would want to associate myself with the outrage that His Excellency the President, expressed yesterday. I think, being a country governed by the rule of law, we should never have a situation whereby, this is happening in our country. And from me, you can expect that we will be, advising the relevant agencies to be on the lookout that even this is a way of actually burdening the taxpayer, because those who lose their loved ones through these processes obviously end up suing the government. The government has no money of its own. That money comes from the taxpayer. And I think we also need to revisit, and I want to make a plea to Parliament, because I know you also make a lot of recommendations, that we need to bring back this issue of surcharge. Individuals must be surcharged when they do things which are outside of their official responsibilities or duties that they are given to. The Honorable Mule, on the issue of international agreements, and I'm doing it very quickly, I will need to study the issue of the maritime dispute with Somalia, as well as the report that came from the committee that dealt with the issue of Migingo. I believe these countries being our neighbors is something that we can be able to amicably resolve. There's no need of going to war over such. And I think because I know there are some reports. And on this issue of the dispute with Somalia, I know there's a committee that is handling it, and I'll need to go through it and be able to make an appropriate decision. The same should apply to the issue of Batuk. They call it the British Army Training Unit in Kenya. I think the last that I know of, and I think Mr. Chairman, here we are lucky in that the Honorable Dido Raso was in that committee, and they know that they made some recommendations which were actually pending ratification by the House, but unfortunately the House went into Sine Die recess. So it was a matter that will be coming up to the House actually before for more ratifications. Yeah, thank you very much.
Our time is up, but there are members whom I can clear up with, Honorable Murugara, Posing, and Amisi. 1 minute each, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for my 1 minute. Congratulations, nominee to the office of the Honorable Attorney General. My question is this. Of late, we've actually seen the office of the Attorney General almost being mutilated, such that most of the agencies have been taken away from there, and maybe that is the reason why everybody believes it's losing color. Initially, even at independence, it had possibly all the departments, including prosecution, it had possibly the judiciary, and many others. we've seen the Executive Order number 1, which now vests the liaison between Parliament on legislation in the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. We are also told that soon you'll be losing the Asset Recovery Unit, because they believe it should not be anchored in office, it should actually be with the anti-corruption. My question to you is, are there other areas you think we should be moving by way of legislation to bring back to your office, or even to add to your office, so that that color which is being lost is actually restored and your office goes back to where it used to be?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Huh?
It was
okay.
It was him and myself, then him.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for this great opportunity, and congratulations, Honourable Speaker, for being nominated to the office of the Attorney General. Chair, this is a very fundamental question, the nominee Speaker. It was asked by Honourable Bayer, but indifferently. Chair, you've been the Speaker. There's been this problem between both houses, that is National Assembly and Senate, particularly on summoning of ministers by committees. You find that this committee invites a minister for this question. The next minute you see the same minister is being invited in Senate, even on issues that might not even be necessarily be for counties. And that, Honourable Speaker, is a very, very fundamental question, because it affects services to the people of Kenya. And even the Speaker, it becomes even more necessary now that there's a proposal to amend the standing orders to bring ministers into the House. So the question is, will the ministers go to National Assembly, and after leaving National Assembly, they go to Senate? Will there be any work, Honourable Attorney General, that will go on in this country? What will be your able advice? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Congratulations, our nominee to that office of the Attorney General. Your predecessor's time, there was a frosty relationship between the executive and the judiciary. You remember the judges were not appointed. Our case, AG refused to continue our case at the International Court of Justice. The Parliament dissolution was not obeyed, and many more. In a presidential system where we have the three arms of government, in your view, do you think this is a working system, or what is a lacuna, and how can you be able to cure it at that office? Because you have that advantage of having served in the three arms of government, the judiciary when you're magistrate, you've been the head of parliament, now you are going to advise the president. We have had this constant accusation and counter-accusation against the three arms of government. The executive does not obey the court orders. The judiciary is always annulling laws that are passed by parliament. Parliament is being accused of not funding the judiciary enough as a punishment. So it's always a squabble. How are you able to come in? Because you've had the advantage of serving both of you. We want to see change. In fact, you are the first politician to ever hold that office. Is Kenyans being hopeful in this, in your office, in your new tenure?
Yes, nominee.
So I see we've run short of time, Mr. Chairman. I'll do very quickly, but Mr. Chairman, allow me to inform the committee that I may be not the first person to serve in the three arms of government, knowing particularly the chairman himself began in the judiciary and has been in the cabinet. So that's maybe something that not many Kenyans are aware of. Yeah, I may not be the first one, but it's a good point. Let me go to the question by the Honourable Morugara. And it's a serious one. I don't think whether they really would be craving to have the judiciary being brought under the Attorney General. It suffices that the Attorney General is a member of the Judicial Service Commission, and from that position is able to advise on the issue of administration of justice. And also the fact that the Attorney General chairs the National Anti-Corruption Steering Campaign Steering Committee, which brings together the players in the justice sector, all of them, and without having to go to beginning to name all of them, that in itself places the office of the Attorney General in a very unique position to run many of the functions that the AG's office is supposed to be. Law reform. Now, you've just talked about, the Honorable Murugara, Mr. Chairman, spoke about the asset recovery. Asset recovery is an agency that was created just the other day in 2009 when the Process of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act was enacted, and its operations placed under the Office of the Attorney General. Indeed, if you look at the Executive Order number 1, it is still there. It is still under the Office of the Attorney General. I don't think whether the Attorney General would want now to ask Parliament to bring more of this. But as you know, the responsibility to assign implementation of various laws is under the Constitution given to the President. And actually, some of it, like you may recall, when you enacted the Marriage Act the other day, you placed its administration under the Office of the Attorney General. Parliament actually did that, which is within its power to do. So I believe that what perhaps we need to do is to bring in policies that bring the Office of the Attorney General to its rightful place. And for me, my view, Mr. Chairman, for instance, is that the Attorney General's office, the state law office, should be like a premier law firm. It should be the place where even citizens would feel, inspired to visit to seek legal advice. I believe that kind of position has been eroded over the years, partly because of inadequate funding, and in fact, Mr. Chairman, the recent complaint from the Office of the Attorney General has been that they employ state councils, and they end up losing most of them to, most interesting, Mr. Chairman, to Parliament, to the judiciary, and to the ODPP. That is a matter that really the Attorney General should be able to address. It cannot be accepted that people will move from the state law office to go and work in the judiciary merely because maybe the remuneration is better or the working conditions there is better, or go to the ODPP. But honourable members, because I will be making proposals on budgetary allocation, you just need to walk to that place. I have not been there, Mr. Chairman, for a long time, but when I went there, I wondered where it was that I was going to, because it looked like it's a very small place. But it is a place where there is so much that touches on almost every arm of government. Yet it has not received the kind of requisite attention that is necessary to give it pride of place. I will be pleading with members, particularly the National Assembly, to see to it that the other place is elevated, and even to retain qualified and experienced professional staff, and people feel inspired. You should, if you went to look at where they conduct marriages, it's like a small cubicle that nobody would even want to sit there for more than 20 minutes. You feel that you might find the cockroaches around. It's very pathetic. Mr. Chairman, there was a question by the Honorable Kosing, member for Pokot South, on the summoning of CSs. I think there is no conflict, because Article 125 talks of either House of Parliament or its committees can summon any person to appear before it to give information or evidence. Now, remember the argument, Mr. Chairman, which I have been raising over the years, has been when it says either House of Parliament, where does the House of Parliament sit? It sits in plenary. because there was the issue of committees. So I think all we need to do is just organize ourselves a little bit well so that everybody sticks to their mandate. I know the question being raised by the member for Pokot South is one that he has witnessed a lot of problems in dealing with. But I believe, Mr. Chairman, with you as a speaker, we will see a situation in which people stick to their lanes, so that what is for the National Assembly is the National Assembly, and what is for the Senate is for the Senate. But should there be concurrent, because there are those issues which are concurrent, the CSA should feel free to appear, before both houses. Mr. Chairman, finally, there was a question raised by the member for Saboti, the Honorable Caleb Amisi. It's like, of this system, is it working? Is the presidential system working? I think, given that we've had this constitution for the last 12 years or so, it is still work in progress. But we should not rush to change or try to fix this or the other until such time as we have fully implemented everything under the Constitution itself. But I think it is possible for everybody to obey the law. The Honorable Caleb Amisi, Mr. Chairman, was concerned about the executive particularly not respecting the other arms of government, the judiciary and parliament. But I want to say, well, sometimes it could be a matter of body chemistry. That maybe somebody felt that certain decisions were not favorable. But of course, the rule of law demands that whatever has been pronounced by the judiciary should be obeyed until annulled. If it hasn't been annulled, the executive has no option but to obey it. So the same should be, especially, and I intend to really ensure this is followed, reports of parliamentary committees, because if we don't implement them, then it means that we are wasting taxpayers' money getting committees of the House, and the House coming to adopt those reports and make certain findings. I think it's only fair that there should be a mechanism. I know in the past there used to be something which was called Treasury Memorandum on implementation of past reports. I think we should go back to that so that Parliament also is seen to be, so that whatever it is Parliament does is not seen to be acting in vain. If Parliament has recommended something, I think it's only fair. If the implementing agency thinks that there are difficulties, they should again appear before Parliament to explain those difficulties or why they are not able to implement what Parliament adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Muturi. Can I ask you one simple question? You and I have a history of having been magistrates, and when we were, you may recall, at 9 on the dot, you are on your bench. 2 on the dot, you are on your bench, dispensing justice to the public. Today, probably the only institution that keeps time in this country is Parliament. You go to court, your case is set for 9. By 11, there is no appearance of the judicial officer. Sometimes it gets to 1, you are told try at, you don't even come for the case, you try at 3 or 4, and then eventually a clerk comes to announce to you that the judicial officer is unavailable. As a member of the Judicial Service Commission, what is going to be your engagement with the judiciary to ensure that we go back to the old working days and times? Because justice delayed is justice denied. And if you tell a litigant to be at the court at 9, they also budget for their time. that they'll be there at 9 and go to do something else. Then you just come and sit and yawn at the law courts from morning to evening and go back home without your case being attended to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, and you put it correctly, and I'm sure all these members are aware. I think it's only Parliament. It's only Parliament that is known to observe time, particularly in plenary. Let me emphasize, particularly in plenary. Mr. Chairman, and my position has always been, which is in the standing orders, that if for one reason or other a committee has not been able to start 30 minutes after the appointed time, you just disband, you adjourn. In the case of courts, I think it is something that we really must work as a policy, that in fact, being late, and during our time, as you've rightly pointed out, Mr. Chairman, if we were late by even 10 minutes, when you appear, the first thing you said was to apologize to the assembled litigants and counsel, because you always felt it was, you have done something so abominable that you want to apologize to the people in the court. Today, as you rightly said and have observed, that has disappeared. I think Judicial Service Commission should revisit those because these are just standards really. And we talk about backlog of cases. Some of it, the contributor is this non-appearance by judicial officers or lateness. I think there has not been sufficient monitoring of the conduct. In fact, I would call it the conduct of judicial officers when dispensing justice. And that, in a way, has contributed to both, with respect, sometimes you look at the quality of the output and you wonder whether the people making those decisions are really vested in the same institutions as you and I did. And it's a matter that I intend to, again, it's just to make suggestions because it's for the betterment of this country, it's for the good of the entire country. And I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, justice delayed is justice denied. We, judicial authority, again, judicial authority is derived from the people. And the judicial officers cannot imagine that they are supposed to lord over them. They derive whatever authority from the people. That's in Article 159. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Justin Muturi, nominee for Attorney General. I'll now avail you 3 minutes to make your final appeal, if any, to this committee.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank you and thank the members of this committee. I think this has been a very useful engagement, and if approved, honorable members, I promise and undertake to do my best to give the best available advice to government, both at the national level and at the council level, in a collaborative way, as provided for in the Constitution, in the form of independent but interdependent. Thank you very much.
You are released to go, Honorable Muturi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable members, as the nominee exits, we will resume we'll break for lunch for exactly 1 hour. It is now 1 o'clock. We resume at 2 o'clock sharp. Leave your files where they are. The sergeant at arms is instructed to ensure the room is secure and no document of any member is found to be missing when we come back. Thank you. 2 o'clock.
Na mtazamaji, kama unavyotazama kikao cha pili au ile zoezi